Hang on. You should hear me now, hopefully. I'm just confirming that I got. There we go. Good morning, good afternoon, whatever time it is for people. Thanks for coming by and checking it out. Um, we're going to be talking a little bit today, building off of last week's stream where we were talking about moral foundations theory, and we're going to talk about how media uses things like fear and social media use fear as well to try to cause political influence. So I have a little bit of a PowerPoint I put together that I'm going to go through, and we'll intersperse it with a little bit of video and stuff. And I got chat up, so if people have questions or want to add, feel free. And then when I get finished, I will switch over to putting the link out and having anybody that's interested up on panel so we can chat a little bit. So I hope everyone's having a good weekend. And I will get the ball rolling here as people fill in. Let me get this up on stream. So I had a little bit of an issue this morning. I had 2 copies of this presentation I put together sitting on my in my email, and I accidentally uploaded the wrong one. So I think we'll that'll work. Alrighty, so this is a graph that you might have seen going around on social media a bunch over the past year or so. I don't remember when the first version of it was made, but I've definitely seen it a few times over the last year. Included to kind of make the point that a lot of the media that people consume is a mixture of fact-based or manipulative things along those lines. You can see, and I don't necessarily agree with the people that made this chart on everything. But ultimately, the point still stands that you have your news channels which try to be factual, then you have your opinion-based information, and then you have your social media-based opinion information. And let me just hide myself for now. Can I'll do it that way. And you have a lot of the places where people get their news from these days are the groups down at the bottom, from the kind of left to far left groups like Hassan Pikers and Destinies and Majority Reports and things like that. And then you have people on the right who are getting a lot of their news from things like you see Candace Owens down there on the right, you see OAN, InfoWars, Newsmax, Bill O'Reilly, the Daily Wire. So it's incumbent upon you and me and everybody else as a consumer of media to try to be more thoughtful in how we consume said media. So we've all heard the line, "If it leads, it bleeds," or "If it bleeds, it leads." News in a lot of ways is not about providing information; it's about getting eyeballs, especially in the age of the 24-hour news cycle. Media uses things like sensationalization or sensationalism and amplify stories that evoke fear, things like crime, health scares, international conflicts, things that grab attention to increase viewership, leading to increased advertising revenue. And specifically by focusing on alarming events that are statistically rare, things like, I don't know, a shark attack or a plane crash. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of stuff about plane crashes lately. Train derailments, when that train derailment had happened in East Palestine. The media can skew public perception into, being focused on risk and safetyism. The other thing that we see that goes on is there's a lot of framing that goes on. So, you can utilize a frame to create urgency. For example, with climate change, you can frame it as a immediate existential crisis that needs decisive action, or you can present it as something that is more balanced with available data and alternative viewpoints. Shout out to Crazy Bee, questions that need answers, there in the chat. She does a show on a daily basis, almost daily basis, where she's basically trying to bridge that gap. And, we don't always have all the answers, but we can ask the questions at bare minimum. And then, you also get narrative control through the media. You can do selective reporting. Media can control narratives by highlighting certain threats. Often examples of this are things like terrorism or economic downturns, while upplaying or highlight certain ones while downplaying others that may actually impact our lives much more. So, for example, I think this is the right video. Yeah. So this is a Barry Goldwater ad that went that became viral and was famous.
Three, 4, 5, 7, 6.
Obviously, anybody that can count like that, we need to be afraid of. No, I'm just
6, 8, 9,
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
These are the stakes to make a world in which all of God's children can live.
I mean, we see this in presidential and political office elections all the time now, that the world is ending if you vote for the other side. We saw people freaking out that Trump is the Antichrist and that the Democrats are the same. People saying it's the end of democracy. I should have put in a bunch of clips of that. But yeah, the end of democracy talk.
Are to go into the dark. We must either love each other or we must die.
Vote for President Johnson on November 3rd. The stakes are too high for you to stay home.
Yeah, I mean, this is not new. This is something we've seen for forever. And then, with respect to political utilization, like the video we just saw, like the things I was quoting about the end of democracy and all that, it's very valuable for politicians to rally support by pushing fear policies, by highlighting things like crime. For example, we had the Patriot Act, which used fear of 9/11 to take away our individual freedoms and led to more surveillance state. The whole one of the arguments from Ukraine has been that if we don't protect Ukraine, then it's going to spill into the rest of the world, into the rest of Europe, and we need to spend on defense spending and support these countries because of that. We see this during electoral campaigns, the fear of the other. Look, Trump was very much this. He, pushed fear of immigration and cultural decay. Democrats did this too. They did this with the trans stuff and the LGBTQ stuff. They're going to take away your rights. We'll talk about that in a little bit. The other thing that you can see through utilization of things like fear is that you can legitimize power. You give an atmosphere of a constant threat, which gives leaders the justification for things like authoritarian rule under the guise of protectionism and reducing opposition. I've seen people that, and I'm not taking a stance on this, but I've seen people that talk about Ukraine and Russia, and they talk about how the Zelensky regime has shut down opposition parties and things along those lines. So I'm going to show a portion of a video, and we'll do it about 3 minutes at a time. I'll be pausing during it, but we're going to show the first kind of third of it now, and then we'll come back to it as we get through a little deeper.
Fear is one of the most powerful.
So this is from a YouTube channel called Academy of Ideas, and they have a. I'll post a link to it, but they're talking about fear and social control.
Human emotions. While highly useful in situations where threat of immediate harm exists, it is the most debilitating and dangerous of emotions when present unnecessarily. In this video,
Yep, exactly what Mouse just said. It's propaganda. Yep, that's exactly what I'm essentially describing. But yeah, I mean it's how they have controlled us and continue to manipulate to get certain outcomes for sure. Oh, good morning, Brent. I mean to click that, but good morning. Good morning to everybody I missed.
we will examine how fear can be used as a tool to manipulate others, and how those in positions of power, past and present, have effectively used fear to control certain aspects of society. Humans, especially since the Industrial Revolution, have become increasingly protected from the dangers that our ancestors faced in relation to the natural world. But as mankind's fear of nature and the elements has fallen, in its place many other fears have come to fill the void. Some of these fears have arisen in response to real threats, but
yeah, I mean, like I was saying before, take the Patriot Act, for example. There were real threats, something real happened, but the reaction to it was, or some would argue, way out of proportion.
Many have been in response to things imagined, as the Stoic philosopher Seneca pointed out. There are more things likely to frighten us than there are to crush us. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality.
So, I know I'm interjecting, but Stoicism is something that fascinates me, that I find very interesting, and we could definitely talk about it at some point. But there's an interesting book that I have to look up the name, but a guy wrote talking about, I think the title is something like "Think Like a Roman Emperor," and he talks about how cognitive behavioral therapy is very rooted in Stoic philosophy.
While some of these imagined fears are of one's own making, many are the consequence of narratives created by those in positions of power. Individuals looking to take advantage of and manipulate others have long realized the power of fear. When one is gripped by fear of a threat, real or imagined, their rational and higher cognitive capacities shut down, making them easily manipulated by anyone that promises safety from the threat. No passion so effectually robs the mind of all its powers of acting and reasoning as fear, wrote the 18th century philosopher Edmund Burke.
And you can follow through kind of the major societal drivers of the past, 100, 200, 300, 400, whatever number of years, and you can look at what major incidents occurred that drove said fear and manipulation.
Ruling classes for thousands of years have understood the power of intentionally invoking fear in their subjects as a means of social control. Henry Frankfurt, in his book The Intellectual Adventures of Ancient Man, noted that between 1800 and 1600 BC, a fear psychosis spread through ancient Egypt, precipitated by the invasion of foreign rebels hungry for power and conquest. Initially, this fear psychosis was justified by a real threat. Yet even when these foreigners were successfully driven far away from Egypt, the ruling powers sought to artificially maintain fear among the population, realizing that a fearful population is easier to control than a fearless one, as Frankfurt explained. The common desire for security need not have survived after the Egyptian Empire extended the military frontier of Egypt well into Asia, and thus removed the peril from the immediate frontier. However, it was a restless age, and there were perils on the distant horizon which could be invoked to hold the community together, since unity was to the advantage of certain...
Oh yeah, 100%. I agree, Leah. And social media has definitely added to it because of the kind of pay-per-click model, and things like fear and anger driving more emotional response than good emotion. And I have a couple of studies that talk about this. We'll talk about in a couple minutes.
Central powers. A fear psychosis once engendered remained present, and there were forces in Egypt which kept alive this fear psychosis in order to maintain the unified purpose of Egypt. The artificial construction and maintenance of fear in a population by a ruling class has remained pervasive from the time of ancient Egypt up until the modern day. Oppressive governments often maintain their grip on a nation by continually invoking fear, and then proceeding to claim that only they, the ruling powers, have the means and ability to protect the population from such a threat.
I mean, think of your favorite dictatorship, historically authoritarian, even democratic ruled country that has gone towards an authoritarian lean. So many of them have, used these tactics exactly to affect outcome.
The whole aim of practical politics, wrote H.L. Mencken, is to keep the populace alarmed and hence clamorous to be led to safety by menacing it with an endless series of hobgoblins, most of them imaginary. John Adams, one of the founding fathers of America, echoed this sentiment, writing, "Fear is the foundation of most governments."
Our founding fathers weren't dumb people. All right, come back to this in a bit. Next slide. So this is from a study after 9/11. That's a link to the YouTube video I was playing. This graph comes from a study that was done after 9/11. It's a practical example of how fear leads to certain outcomes. So they went and looked at the number of lives that were lost in road accidents after 9/11. And their reasoning is that in the period of time, people were afraid to fly because of the fear of airbound attacks. And despite the fact that the probability of death or planes crashing, especially death due to a attack, was calculated at 1 in 540,000. The probability of dying in a car accident is 1 in 7,000. I'm sure Gutter, if she were here, would tell you all about how flying is a terrible idea. But they saw, and the graphs here are basically showing increasing in miles driven, increasing in fatalities, and distance driven, the darker it is. So you see certain portions of the state, the country in certain states after the 9/11 attack have significantly more driving as compared to years earlier. To get to sorry, this is like stacked up. This is from something, a source called Fractal that does analyzed bunch of major online publishers looking at the reactions that people gave on places like Facebook. And you can see that the majority of the reactions are things like anger. And then it gives you kind of a breakdown based on the major publications or publishers. And it kind of does fit. BuzzFeed marketed itself as a more humorous website, and so you get a lot of kind of laughing responses. Things like Business Insider, Washington Post, the news. You see, it's New York Times, Huffington Post. A lot of it is angry responses. NPR is an angry response. People react to news based on, again, emotions that drive them. So this is a study called the confrontation effect when users engage with more ideology inconsistent content online. So this is a study out of Tulane that found what they deemed the confrontation effect, where people would interact more significantly with posts online that disagreed with them. So these graphs you have on the left, the rated emotional reaction versus the comments, and you can see that people that were ideologically inconsistent would have, which is the white bars, would have significantly more emotional reaction of outrage on the left in the left graph, and on the on the right in the left graph, and on the left in the right graph, people would have a lot more of a satisfied emotional reaction. And then on the right side, the graph is looking at how people reacted to certain specific posts. So in A, you have gun control related posts, and you can see that conservatives reacted more positive to, were more likely to click on pro-gun stuff. If you look at like the second one down, B, Obamacare related posts, you can see how people react to that stuff. If you look at Trump related stuff, you can see that, for example, the likelihood of clicking on like pro-Trump stuff was more likely in the liberals, whereas in conservatives, anti-Trump stuff was much more likely to be clicked on. And then when they looked at all studies that they reviewed, they found that conservatives were commenting and clicking much more significantly on liberal posts, whereas liberals were clicking on conservative posts. People tend to react to things that they disagree with. This is another study that I looked at called Emotion Shapes the Diffusion of Moralized Content in Social Networks. And what they graphed out here is a model for the amount of words somebody will have in a tweet. And they determine that you'll have more words in reaction to something that you're emotional about versus just moral about. And they found that there's a 20% increase in additional word usage when people are emotionally reacting to tweets than when they are morally reacting to tweets. Again, like we talked about last week, it's things like, emotion that drive us, because we are that elephant with a small rider that can control our that can push us in one direction or another, but doesn't actually control us. So this is a study I found that was looking at U.S. newspaper headlines, and this one I found very interesting. They looked at 1.8 million news headlines from major U.S. newspapers between 2014 and 2022. And they looked specifically at the wording that was used in these newspapers, trying to get a understanding of how different groups would approach their coverage. And so they found that, basically differing based on political leanings, specific word using would be used. So, for example, left-leaning sources would talk about things like abortion rights, whereas right-leaning sources would talk about things like abortion law. They also found that there was a lot of homogenization. So the terms that were being used would kind of come together to be singular based on the political leaning of sources. But specifically, they saw this was most notable in social stuff. So this is a graph from their study where they mapped out, and it's by year. So it's 2014 in the top left and 2022 in the bottom right. And what they found, and you can sort of see it very visually, is that sources tend to come together over time. There used to be a lot more crossover in the wording that different groups would use for social issues, but you see a homogenization on the right, the red squares versus the blue triangles. And you also saw that the more centrist news sources would converge over time with the right, whereas the left-leaning sources tended to diverge away. And we noticed this most significantly, I think, with the Trump effect of media trying to utilize, the strong emotional reactions to him to sell stories. And this, fits the meme that's going around of the left me. In 2008, you kind of have people on the left, people on the right, and somebody that is center left just watches as the left moves farther and farther left, ending up with them sitting somewhere in the center, but pushing them to the right. People yes, there are aspects of Trump and his, cabinet that are populist, but he's got people that were historically Democrats, RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, even Trump himself 25 years ago was a major donor to the Democrat Party, and he was, part of that elite circles. And yet now he is a two-time Republican president. Even Elon Musk has talked about, for all the flaws that some people see in him, he has talked heavily about how, he resonates with this meme. So this is from that same study we were just looking at. And so this is them looking at the most commonly used words in 2014, 2018, and 2022 with regards to social issues. And you can see in 2014, they saw a lot of healthcare related stuff due to Medicaid expansion and promotion of same-sex marriage in those word terms that are there. Then you have like healthcare and gay marriage are highlighted in blue, and you see they disappear from 2014 to 2018 as the attention changes. And then in 2018, with the Me Too movement, you see widespread debate and discussion about things like sexual harassment, which is the terms highlighted in red. And then, you see we move into 2022 with the utilization of things like Roe v. Wade for political, outcomes and pushing voting, highlighting in green. Terms that start to appear are about abortion-related issues. And then this is looking at the Christian Science Monitor, Reason, and CNN in 2022 with regards to the terms they use. And this is interesting because it highlights how, a right-leaning, a center, and a left-leaning news source will use different terms. The ones that I wanted to point out specifically, and I guess I should have maybe highlighted it or something, but they cover very similar topics. You can see they talk about climate, they talk about mass attacks, they talk about gun stuff, they talk about abortion, they talk about green energy, they talk about social stuff. But what you see, for example, is that Reason uses the term abortion law down there at the bottom in the middle, whereas CNN uses the term abortion rights. The Christian Monitor will talk about abortion law and say things like anti-abortion. And then, for example, when addressing gun control stuff, Reason uses the term mass shooting, whereas CNN will use the term fatally, whereas the Christian Science Monitor will use things like gun violence. These, and you can track this through a lot of different media sources, and you see it as you start to pay more attention when you consume news. But there are all these different terms that you notice coming up over and over again. To me, where I noticed this was when I started to look into the transgender stuff. And again, I've talked about it before, but if people are interested, we could talk about it again. And I could show some interesting compilations I put together a ways back. I'd have to pull them up, where you see all these people talking about the guidelines. Over and over again, me personally, I wanted to see what they meant by the guidelines. So I started to look into it, and I found that they were all referring back to a single source and using these ambiguous terms, which don't tell you all that much, but manipulate you to thinking there's a lot more kind of to it. So, again, if anybody has any questions, let me know. Feel free to like, share, subscribe, all that fun stuff. We're going to go back to that video that we were watching a little bit. So he's going to talk a little bit about tactics for exploiting.
There are numerous tactics and strategies that have developed over the centuries to effectively exploit the public through fear. Two of the more powerful and efficient are the use of false flags and the implementation of propaganda via repetition. A false flag can be defined as a covert operation.
So, or actually, I'll let him define it and then I'll say what I'm going to say.
Designed to deceive in such a way that the operations appear as though they are being carried out by entities, groups, or nations other than those who actually planned and executed them. In his book Feardom, Connor Boyack provides a nice explanation on the effectiveness of false flag attacks for those looking to institute social control.
So, examples of false flag attacks are things like the Gulf of Tonkin incident. That's kind of the most famous American one, which tried to help draw us into the Vietnam War. And I guess we could, say it was successful. I haven't looked into that history in a long time, but maybe other people have.
Physical attacks lead to a corresponding increase of trust in political leaders and submission to them. This effect is likely the same whether the attack be a surprise, known to political leaders yet allowed to happen, or directly orchestrated by these same leaders who stand to benefit from the increased trust and submission. False flag operations are used because people generally do not have access to the details, so they are prone to rely upon what they're told and thus are easily deceived. People will, for the most part, believe what they are told in times of crisis, and so government officials, whether their motives are good or evil, capitalize on or completely fabricate the crises.
Before he talks about repetition, I was going to say that person's name who he was quoting made me think of, it's similar to Carolyn Borshenko. She's got a, YouTube and Twitter and all that, and she's very interesting. I forget what her background is exactly. Crown Target could probably add to it. But, she's talked a lot about how, we've had this sort of socialist takeover of universities and ideas, and how, a lot of that is predicated on things like fear and manipulation.
Repetition is also a well-known and prevalent propaganda technique used to solidify falsehoods and perpetuate fear in the public consciousness. By repeating specific phrases and warnings, and displaying particular symbols and images over and over through various mediums, those in power are able to paralyze entire populations with a fear psychosis. The Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels was well aware of the power of repetition in cloaking falsehoods in a garb of truth, stating, "It would not be impossible to prove with sufficient repetition and a psychological understanding of the people concerned that a square is in fact a circle. They are mere words, and words can be molded until they clothe ideas in disguise." George Orwell, in a related manner, viewed political language as largely a form of propaganda designed to deceive people, as he wrote, "Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable, and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind."
I mean, if anybody's ever read Orwell, 1984, that's exactly what Orwell is talking about in 1984 with his Ministry of Truth and, the whole 2 + 2 is 5 meme and whatnot. It's actually an interesting book, even if you're just reading it from a book standpoint. But ultimately, he's really resonating on the idea that, you can manipulate people through, fear and abuse.
The technological advances of the last century have given those in power the ability to propagate their narratives and engage in fear-mongering to an extent never before seen in history. However, despite the unnerving situation we find ourselves in, there is an antidote to the power of propaganda and fear-mongering, that being knowledge. Plato rightly...
All right, we'll come back to this when we get there. So this is a book I had read a number of years ago, talking about how after 9/11, there was a change in how media approached, fear. This guy's name is David Alty. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it exactly right. But he's a researcher from University of Arizona or somewhere in Arizona. But he's written a few books. And he talks about how mass media are the principal contributors to a discourse of fear that pervades our popular culture. And he talks about how anxiety, distrust, and pushing our willingness to tolerate the limitations to our freedom manifest unjustifiable fears through consumption of mass media. He's talked a lot about how the 24-hour news cycle is dangerous. So he used his book is actually not a terrible read. The one on the left, Creating Fear. Even if you're not a research kind of person, he puts it in normal language. But essentially, what he and his team did is they used, similar to the study I was talking about before, they used computerized research methods to track the discourse, but they did it from the 1980s to the 1990s and then 1990s to after 2001. And what he showed is that since the 80s, there's been an ever increasing use of fear in the headlines, in news stories, in television, and whatnot. And he describes it as a frame problem that has emerged in media news production, like we talked about earlier, and like they talked about in the video I was showing. He talks about how the framing by news constitutes a virtual fear machine that creates the belief that danger and risk are pervasive in everybody's lives. To quote his own words from one of his papers, he says, "The politics of fear is a dominant motif for news and popular culture. News reporting about crime and terrorism are linked with victimization, narratives that make crime, danger, and fear very relevant to everyday life experiences. Moreover, the changing social discourse is central to the process by which social problems are constructed." So, what he's trying to get across is that, as I've been reiterating, it's this fear that, the media is pushing to try to manipulate us to certain outcomes. I think a few people mentioned the term propaganda before, but another thing that he says is that skillful propaganda and the cooperation of most powerful news media enables simple lies to explain complex events. And in his newer book, this is the second edition of it, he put Trump on it, and I think he's not wrong in doing so. A lot of Trump's rhetoric uses the politics of fear to push messaging for certain reactions. I played it last week, but that's what, in a lot of ways, the effectiveness of the "they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs" thing is it's not necessarily entirely true, but it's a way of bringing a stark reality to something that we can drive outcomes based off of. And you saw how viral it went, and people turned it into songs and all that kind of stuff, and it serves to enable the political outcome that you're looking for. So we'll talk about a little bit more data, and then we'll play the video a little more, and talk about some ways in which we can combat this stuff. Specifically, like the video was getting at, knowledge is the biggest one. Welcome everybody else that's joined. Hi Gutter. Hi Gutter's grandson. This is from Pew Research, and the study here was looking at social media and voting, and specifically the percentage of registered voters in each age group who use social media like Facebook or Twitter to send and receive voting messages or announce their presidential choices. And you can see that heavily weighted amongst the younger generations, people are announcing their votes, encouraging others to vote, and been encouraged by parties to vote for a particular candidate. There are impacts we see on individuals, like I've talked about. You see behavioral change. Fear leads to change in kind of daily behaviors. When you're on edge constantly, you're easy to manipulate. You see crime constantly. It can affect your personal health if you're always on edge. Constantly having endorphins running is not healthy for your heart or your mental health. We see political polarization, which is what this graph kind of talks to. Pushing of in-groups and ideologies that create further social division, making compromise harder. We see this, I'm sure many of you guys have seen this, but if you're talking to somebody that's not politically aligned, it's very difficult often to communicate because they live in a different world based on what they consume from a media standpoint. It can lead to different voting patterns, and can lead to severe cynicism about politics. People talk about the black pill and things like that, or just complete apathy, where people feel that they are powerless and disengage. And I know Crazy Bee and I, Questions That Need Answers, we were talking about how the Glass-Steagall Act was, put into law, and you can propagandize the American people since the Obama administration, even though it had been going on earlier. Like Mouse is saying here about Dwight D. Eisenhower organized the media to cover news that the White House wanted to put out, as opposed to just being independent agencies. So this is another graph looking at where people get their news from. And you can see amongst the younger people, especially those 18 to 29, look at the social media one, the second to the right. 40% of them are saying that they prefer social media for news. Well, you see the older Americans are using things like cable television and network television. And so, on one hand, you have people getting their news from the newspapers, the radio, cable news, national news television. So older people are being manipulated on some level, potentially because of what the news says. I mean, I see this with my grandmother over the years, where I'll, take, for example, the Trump line about the good people on both sides. She only watches things like MSNBC and CNN and reads the New York Times and the Washington Post. And it doesn't matter how many times I offer to show her the full video clip from that. It's not on one of those news sources, so it's not believable. And then meanwhile, you have on the other side, young people who are primarily getting their news from social media, and they're ending up in little bubbles where, I see the other side on a regular basis, especially on things I'm knowledgeable about. And people just perpetuate falsehoods because somebody that they trust on the internet believes it. This is what I've talked about a bunch of times about my frustration with the TikTok and Twitter information spheres and how they can manipulate bad information too. It's incumbent on individuals to try to fight back in their own lives and their own media consumption against this stuff. So this study, this is from a study that was analyzing voter behaviors on social media during the 2020 presidential election. And it looks at the number of tweets over time. The bar is Biden supporters, and the red dashed line is the Trump supporters. You can see when things occur within the election, you have a lot of reactions on social media. It's interesting to me, and I don't have a good explanation to it, but you see after the first presidential debate, you have a lot more left-leaning interaction. Granted, at that time, Elon Musk had not yet bought Twitter, and Twitter was very much leaning towards the left. And, there could be components of people choosing to avoid Twitter. I know that things like Gab and True Social were much more popular for people on the right at that time. And this is specifically looking at tweets. But, you can definitely see the spikes in activity as it relates to things that have occurred within it. But the most interesting part to me from this study was the next two slides. So this is a distribution of sentiments and emotions posted by Trump supporters on Twitter. And we can see that if you look in the bottom left, the emotions that the Trump supporters were attributing to Biden and their feelings about Biden are predicated on fear, whereas the perspectives that they have on Trump are about trust and being happy and anticipation and things like that. And then if we look at the Biden supporters, it's the same sort of deal. The perspectives they have on Trump in the bottom right are fear, sadness, anger, disgust. These are the emotions that drive reactions out of people and keep people connected in an age of social media where it's pushed into your face. So this is one of my favorite magazines that I subscribe to that has a research arm. Oh wait, Baxter's here for a treat. I need to change who I am. Now I'm Baxter. here for a treat. 1 second. Bexy! I didn't even make them vote to give you a treat this time. Treats for Baxter! But yeah, so Skeptic is a interesting website, or a good follow on Twitter. They put out a lot of their research. But so this is a study that they looked at about perceptions on policing. And this was from back in 2019. And they asked, based on political leaning, how many unarmed black men were killed by police in 2019. Now, if you look at the Washington Post database, which is the most common or complete database based on research, they say 13 unarmed black men were fatally shot by police in 2019. There's a second database mapping police violence from some data science that say 27. Regardless, when you look at this, the media has manipulated people to think, especially if you lean towards the left, that it's hundreds to thousands of unarmed black men being killed by police on a regular basis, on an annual basis, whereas people that are on the right were at least being given much more accurate information, even though they still, differ basically between it being about 10 to about 100. So even on the right, where more actual info is being provided for some of these things, you're still seeing incorrect information. Yes, Leah, the birthday queen. It was Baxter's birthday this weekend. He got a wonderful toy, which he promptly destroyed over a 24-hour period of time. And he's had many, many treats, and he will get many more. And he has some toys that are on the way. And if anybody wants to get him a birthday present, he'll happily give out my home address so you can send him stuff. Privately, DM me on Discord. No pressure. But yeah, I ordered him some toys that are supposed to be super tough. And I think he needs to get a job being a toy tester. Because my goodness, that boy, his jaws, well, he's 3, so I guess he's a man now. But he takes these toys that are rated as the toughest toys, and he just rips them to shreds. He just does them in. So yeah, he's got a powerful jaw, that's for sure. I just got a few more slides and then we'll be done, and then I'll open up if anybody wants to join me in chit chat. Doesn't have to be on the topic, it can be about anything. But yeah, so this is the second half of that study from Skeptic, and this is looking again, just graphed a little differently, what percentage of people killed by police were black is the question here. And so very liberal people say that 60%, liberals say 56%, moderates say 45%, conservatives say 37%, and the people on the far right, the very conservatives that are in this study, say 44%. And when you look at the actual research data from 2015 to 2020, only 26% of fatal shootings by police were black. According to the BBC, they did a check in 2019. They said it was 23%. Now, again, that's disproportionate to the actual, percentage of Americans that are black or African American. But again, because of the way the media covers this stuff, because of the framing issues we've talked about, and because of the manipulation, people think these numbers are much, much higher. Yeah, no, anything with squeaker in it, Baxter will get to that squeaker. He needs to get his prize out. I told him he needs to get a job, but he's not listening. He wanted me to take him out for beers and to find some ladies and go to the club, but I told him he's not allowed. He didn't like that answer, so he tried to bite me. That was a joke. He didn't try to bite me. We just play. So this is another example of this. This is a Brookings COVID misinformation study. And so the study has tons and tons of details, but the point that I was making here is people estimate the amount of deaths based on age group versus what the actual number of deaths were. And you can see the deaths were highly weighted out into the elderly 65 and up, where people seem to weight it much more evenly in those and under. A few weeks back, maybe a week ago, Crazy Bee on her show was showing a video from the UK where they put over the Thames, Thames, I don't know how you say it, Thames, I think. But over the river, they had these spots on the wall where you can paint hearts for people that have died. And it was like 19 and over and 19 and under. And there was like 4 hearts for the 19 and under, and there were however many hearts just covering the wall for those that were 19 and over. You know, it's not to say there weren't people in the age groups between 25 and 65 that didn't pass away from COVID. I mean, you know, it did affect people, but holistically it was, you know, older people. And hopefully I don't get in trouble with YouTube for talking about that. So, oh, I'm sorry that stacked up. I apologize. But we'll go back to the video real quick, and then we'll come back to here.
He stated that ignorance is the root of misfortune. And engage in fear-mongering, there is an antidote to the power of propaganda and fear-mongering, that being knowledge. Plato rightly stated that ignorance is the root of misfortune. And as long as we remain ignorant of the fact that all too often, those who claim to protect us from fear are actually manipulating our fears for their own benefit, then we will be contributing to the misfortune of the world through our ignorant compliance. The philosopher Voltaire stated that those who can make you believe absurdities can make you commit atrocities. To avoid being an individual who can be convinced of absurdities, one must become an active truth seeker, instead of the all-too-common passive propaganda receiver. An important step in becoming an active truth seeker is the realization that when evaluating the claims of those in power, skepticism is warranted and even necessary. Very often those who rule do not have the best interests of the public at heart, for as Alexander Solzhenitsyn put it, political genius lies in extracting success even from the people's ruin.
I just want to reiterate, I don't disagree at all. A lot of the people in power don't have our best interests at heart.
The reality is that most of us are not in a position to single-handedly change the world, but we can at least try to rid ourselves of the unnecessary fears which are the fuel for so much hate and destruction in the world. In fact, taking responsibility for one's actions and the beliefs that motivate such actions may be the most important thing one can do when faced with the prospect of an oppressive government.
And the reason, you know, I brought this up is because this aligns with what we were talking about being a more thoughtful person, not falling into emotion, controlling your elephant, and, you know, being as strong a rider as you can be, in reference to last week.
For as Stanley Milgram noted, the disappearance of a sense of responsibility is the most far-reaching consequence of submission to authority, and furthermore, might there be truth to the comment by F.A. Harper that the man who knows what freedom means will find a way to be free. At this point, some may be thinking that while the use of fear by those in power certainly contributed to horrible situations in the past, most notably in the totalitarian states of Russia, Germany, and China in the 20th century, Western nations of the present are far from approaching a situation so dire. Hopefully this is true, but it is important to realize that those who have lived through the rise of oppressive governments have seldom realized the perilous situation they were in until it was too late. We will conclude this lecture with a fascinating but ominous passage from the book They Thought They Were Free, which is based on interviews with normal Germans who lived during the Nazi regime. The following quote comes from one of the Germans interviewed, where he discusses why he thought that more ordinary Germans didn't take a stand against the rise of the Nazi government. One doesn't see exactly where or how to move. Believe me, this is true. Each act, each occasion is worse than the last, but only a little worse. You wait for one great shocking occasion, thinking that others, when such a shock comes, will join with you in resisting somehow. But the one great shocking occasion when tens or hundreds or thousands will join with you never comes. That's the difficulty. If the last and worst act of the whole regime had come immediately after the first and smallest, thousands, yes millions, would have been sufficiently shocked. But of course this isn't the way it happens. In between comes all the hundreds of little steps, some of them imperceptible, each of them preparing you not to be shocked by the next. And one day too late your principles, if you were ever sensible of them, all rush in upon you. The burden of self-deception has grown too heavy, and some minor incident collapses it all at once, and you see that everything has changed. Now you live in a world of hate and fear, and the people who hate and fear do not even know it themselves. When everyone is transformed, no one is transformed.
I mean, this is the the frogs in the pot, that kind of stuff. Don't feel it boiling until it gets too hot, etc. So the first thing you can't see there on this slide, it says that how we overcome and deal with manipulation. Again, the bottom line is knowledge about yourself and knowledge about what you're consuming in a media. We're all susceptible to it, but the one you can't see there, and I brought that picture from last week over about building your moral hierarchy. But so number one is about building an actual moral framework, working past the simple reactionary, self-interested law and order mentality, and building actual principles to base your decision making on. And then number two, recognize when there's emotional manipulation going on. When you're reading headlines or watching the news, try and be aware that if you're getting angry, then it's trying to manipulate you. You're better off taking a step away, taking a deep breath, reread and reassess the headline with a calm mind. Give your rider an opportunity to control the elephant. As Haidt teaches us, and we talked about last week, everyone wants to believe that they're good. So, when we rely on our elephant, our emotions drive us as opposed to our higher thoughts. And, the emotions are tied to things like self-worth, further feeding into fear and fueling conflict. There are people that have suggested techniques like, write down the headline, break it down into pieces, assess what's actually of value and what's actual information and what's just manipulation. And then number three, notice the negative thoughts. Now that we've recognized that there's manipulation, get in touch with your own perspectives and what's driving your negative thoughts on the issue. If you're looking at something about immigrants and, you're just some bigot that hates immigrants or whatnot, okay, that's the reason to reflect on, why do I have this problem? Is it grounded in reality? Is it grounded in actual impacts? Okay. What do I then approach this story about? And if it's some sort of character flaw in you, that's driving it, there's nothing wrong with that. It's important to accept that and encourage yourself to change because of it. And then strive for truth. If you recognize that there's fear and you recognize that truth matters and you question stories that you see, then it's okay to feel the fear, but challenge that thought. And then finally, regardless of the pressures being placed on you, if you are coming from a principled moral standpoint on how you approach things, it's important to stand firm regardless of the pressures, to be courageous and stand for the truth and fight against those tactics. And finally, I just wanted to point out here, again, the overcoming is by being a critical media consumer. It's about being knowledgeable. It's about being willing to look into statistics and educate yourself. And then, like we do here on Coffee Club and on these shows, promote an actual dialogue. I would much rather have a bunch of people come join, that disagree with me on things and we can talk it out than, just having a bunch of agreement all the time. Agreement is great. It's fun. It's wonderful. It builds community. But ultimately, the way we grow as people is by disagreeing and striving for more, understanding and whatnot. So here's a link if people want to come say hi. But I think that together we can collectively become better media consumers and, by doing so, we can improve the discourse, even just on small levels, amongst our own groups and communities and friends and whatnot. I may be very rooted in, statistics and data and things like that, and I can pull those slides and stuff back up if people want to talk about specific things more. It's still here. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the only way we improve is by putting in the effort to do so. Don't be a terrified little potato running away from your problems, like on my overlay. Pray to the potato and his eyes will guide you or something. You can eat the potato if you bake it first or fry it or something like that. Hang on, let me pull the overlay off. Pull back up chat. The potato likes to be eaten. Yeah, Stu's okay too. Hi, Cowboy. How's it going? Not much. Do you have some thoughts or a question or something that you wanted more clarification about?
Yeah, I've been eating the whole week of the thing that I want to point out is that nowadays the media, they control the populace because of the fear that it's actually bringing in making YouTube videos videos about how we live in a dictatorship now. But if you look at what is actually going on, I feel like Elon will help out by looking at all the info and yeah.
Yes. So, hey, just FYI, you're cutting in and out like you do when your mic is having issues. But for anybody that didn't understand, I might have missed a little bit there. But you were saying that something about Bernie Sanders and manipulation through the information they provide.
Well, okay.
All right. Well, I guess he'll be back. Welcome, Mouse. How are you?
Hey, how are you? No, I just wanted to come up and kind of expand on one point. And you can bring the chart back up if you want to, where you were discussing the different ages and their opinions on COVID.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can bring that up. I just don't want to get too into the weeds on it just because of
No, I just wanted to
YouTube. But
kind of expand on that one part.
Before you say that, I did just want to say, I saw you saying we're not supposed to eat the potato. okay, not the great golden potato, but like my prayer that I gave about the potato, you know, it's the great golden potato in the sky. We gather beneath his radiant glow, blah, 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 from the smallest sprout to the mightiest spud. But, you know, in our prayer, we do say that we pray to watch over our fields so that our tubers may grow strong and true, that each may bear the many eyes of knowledge of the great potato reflecting its celestial form. So maybe I misspoke. We don't want to eat the great golden potato, but we'll eat its tubers.
There you go. Be the potato, y'all. It's important. Be the starch. But no, in this chart here, where it talks about 65 and up,
Mm-hmm.
and the reason their views were actually a lot different than the rest of the generations was, as I said, they were able to go through the pandemic of the Spanish flu. So they got to experience that. So they kind of had a heads up on where this whole, C-19 thing was going to go.
Well, so maybe I misspoke when I was talking, but this chart is showing the estimates of how many people passed because of COVID.
Oh,
by
okay.
age group. So the orange is people that are just self-describing as Republicans, and
Okay.
the blue or whatever is people that self-describe as Democrats, what they estimate. Whereas the yellow is the actual share. So it's not about what the age group of the people they asked is. It's about the age groups of people based on deaths and what the estimates were. So, for example, if we look at the 65 and up group, 40% of Republicans estimated that, or of the Republicans asked, they estimated that 42% of the deaths were in that age group.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So
In
I
the
misheard that. Right.
Democrats, they estimated that 35% of the deaths were in that age group, whereas actually 80% were. So, again, it kind of goes to show that the point I was trying to make was that the media that people consume dictates how they perceive these issues.
Right.
In that, both sides, and this is why I thought this was an interesting study and an interesting graph to look at, is that when you look at this, both sides heavily underweighted the amount of deaths in the 65 and up group. And, I attribute a big part of that to the media push, constantly talking about COVID and constantly talking about the deaths in young people and whatnot. I mean, to the same token, if you actually go look at the numbers, and I do think that there is an issue to be concerned about with the, sudden cardiac death and cardiomyopathies and things like that from the spike protein. When you look at that, if you ask people, I'll bet you they would way overestimate, especially if they consume mostly right-leaning media, the amount of,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
cardiomyopathy and sudden cardiac, issues.
Right.
Even though, yes, it is higher than it was. And, we were seeing, but, every story about anybody, especially if you're on the right, that talked about this, they would, go on and on about what, this athlete, this person and whatnot.
Right. Okay. No, I misunderstood you.
Yeah, unfortunately, showing data and stuff is not awesome for
It's kind of hard
mobile.
to read, so I had to.
So, but what I can do is I have no problem with sharing my PowerPoint. It's got all the links in it. I can post it in places. That's not a problem at all. In fact, I upload it to my Google Drive, so I could put a Google Drive link that's public in the video description if people want to look at it too. That's an option. Although I don't think YouTube is letting me post links still. So, but yeah, I can post all this stuff, and I have links in the actual PowerPoint that I put together for all these different studies and whatnot, because I try to source the stuff properly.
God, you're so organized. That is my biggest problem. I'm not this organized.
I mean, I don't. Maybe I'm more cognizant of it than people watching, but I notice when I'm not as organized, you get a lot of ums and thinking and trying to come up with the right words. So I like to, when I'm doing more database stuff like this, have a better
Right.
not necessarily a full
That's
script,
good.
but at least an outline and
Yeah.
something to base my discussion off of.
The bear eat a hung up on at the but anyway, what I would ask over the past week, Congress have been freely going at it, and they're not really talking about the data. They're only talking about how we live in a dictatorship now. But if you actually look at what's going on with churches and all that, I feel like it's helping security by going in and looking at everything.
Yeah. So if anybody didn't catch that, I'm pretty sure what you said was that all these people fear that we're living in a dictatorship and whatnot, and that there is value in the Trump admin and Doge looking into things like Social Security and whatnot.
Oh, Congress is acting like this is like the worst thing that ever happened, and it kind of hypocritical that they talk about feeling new, but I thought all congressmen make bank. Like,
I mean, they make $180,000 a year. They're supposed to maintain 2 homes and whatnot. But really where they're making money is on manipulating stock trading and things like that in Congress.
right.
Yeah, sorry, just real quick. If anybody wants to look at my slides and stuff, or wants them for going back and listening purposes, just DM me on Discord, and I'm happy to share it to people. But yeah, no, I mean, that's why I say, like, so much of this to me is very manipulative, in that you see all of the this is the end of democracy, there'll never be another election, and yet every single election seems to keep happening, and the same group of people are yelling about it. This is why I started mocking it and being like, the end of our democracy trademark, because I think that's what really people are talking about is they're talking about fear of ending their ability to control people. I've heard people refer to the media as the Democratic media complex and things like that. There's a Republican media complex too, because this goes on both sides, but the internet has very much broken the ability for people to just manipulate through the news. I mean, back in the day when Walter Cronkite was the only news source people had, it was very easy to just give everybody the same information and have them be on the same page. Even if it wasn't true, it was consistent.
Well, all of it because they know where the corruption is at, and where it's hard to look at that area to go great it. But on the other note, at the beginning, I did kind of worry about the whole though until a guy on YouTube that talked about security and the information that he is giving me out is good, actually, like, they're talking about increasing mobility and all that. And I feel like people only get their information from the mainstream media, and that is no longer a valuable output in life.
Yeah, I mean, look, even if people only got their media from mainstream media and then that was the only outlet and whatnot, yes, that was historically the way things were, but again, I don't think social media, the way it is existing now, is the best answer necessarily, because I constantly see things that are false or manipulative being pushed heavily through social media sources. You can go through and you can look at, like, on Twitter, what are the most community noted channels, and I still see these same channels that are legitimately making stuff up or sensationalizing things for views and clicks, because and I didn't include this, but I did look at some things talking about monetization being tied to clicks. And these channels are not about honesty, they're about inflammatory reactions. And I personally, like, on my Twitter, have blocked all those channels so I don't see them, because it's bad enough that I see the downstream effects of it, but I don't want to see it in and of itself, and I try to get rid of the downstream effects. I mean, you talk about, like, media manipulation. Remember when in November or whatever it was, there were stories left and right about drones, and you've got some people claiming they're commercial drones and other people claiming they're Iranian spy drones or something off of a ship on the in the Atlantic. And now it turns out, all these months later, they came out and they're like, yeah, it was just US testing, and we just weren't being honest about it. Now in this new administration, we're being honest about it.
The question is, though, what were they smoke screening? And that's what you got to watch with the media. They've got you looking over here so you don't see what's going on over there.
Okay, I know a question. When they did come up with that, what did they give an explanation of why they lied, or why they covered up? Because all they really did was come out and the other guy lied, and then that's about it. I mean, it kind of weird.
Well, I mean, that's the thing to look into if you really want to deep dive on a topic, is to try and figure out. I always say with all this stuff, you got to follow the money. But I have to respect Panda. I won't silence the truth. They were actually the Great Golden Potatoes warriors invading Earth to make us better potato people.
Couldn't have done it without them.
Exactly. But yeah, to what Art said here, people often suffer from the Gallman amnesia effect as well. In effect, they're willing to manipulate themselves. People. Yeah, I mean, we definitely, like, this is what I'm talking about being more in tune with your emotions and your, being a critical thinker. And what was it? I think it was my last slide or second to last slide. But building up to having principles and having a moral ethic that you frame yourself upon, and coming back to that as the core driver for how you consume information, and not just accepting everything as is. Be a skeptic, question everything. Look, this is why I really like that Skeptic magazine that I was talking about, and their research group, and their data that they put out. Again, they put stuff on Twitter, so you can see it too if you're interested. I think they call it, the account is the Skeptic Research Center or something like that. But that's what you have to ground yourself in, is, and you can't look into everything. You can't always be on top of all things, but to ground yourself in some sort of principle and some facts, as opposed to just accepting everything that you see blindly. If you don't question things, then you're not doing it right.
Well, it all comes down to basic logic and understand that everything you read will be biased in some kind of way. But like you said, you have to be the critical thinkers, and the other is, okay, what part of this is not biased in what part of it is. Now, obviously, you got media pages, other nations who are all by, but it all comes down to, or you are independent thinker, or you able to pull yourself out of the situation and look at it objectively, with among hell. I even got that problem, but
Look, we all have different skills. Not everybody has the best analytical brain, or is capable necessarily. So it's important to surround yourself with people that are honest actors, that you trust, that can help understand things. No man is an island. What, isn't that the quote? But you don't have to be on your own in all this. Again, this is the value of having community, even if it's online, is that we can work together to try to debunk things. I mean, this is, or understand things, or expand our horizon or whatever. This is why, with all that plane stuff, talking to somebody like Marv was very interesting and helpful, because he has a perspective as somebody who actually has hands on airplanes. This is why in Discord, talking to the person in Crazy Bees Discord that has backgrounds with planes was interesting and useful. And if I saw something about a car related thing, that I'd ask the people that I know, that I trust, that know about that. This is why, again, my approach to medicine is more a teaching approach. It's let me help you understand what's going on. Let me help you understand what the treatment options are, and let's work together to make an informed decision. Not, I got 10 minutes for you. You go do what bug off.
Right.
I don't remember who I was. I was talking about this at lunch yesterday with family, and I was discussing how, and I think I've alluded to this before on streams, how, the idea of how I think medicine should be approached is in no way the way we approach medicine, and it affects outcomes. We don't do holistic care. So this is it. Somebody sent me a video, and I could pull it up, but it was a psychiatrist talking about how, if he were depressed, or he would tell people, if you're depressed, don't talk to your family medicine doctors. Talk to a holistic, medicine doctor, because doctors that are in primary care are just going down a checklist, checking off boxes, and prescribing medications. They're not actually, really listening to you. They don't get to understand you. They don't get to know you. They don't build a framework of who you are and what your life is like, because the vast majority of depression, and there's data that shows this, is about health issues, food that you eat, exercise, things like that, not necessarily like clinical depression that needs medications. And yet, if you go to your doctor and you fill out something called a PHQ-9, which I can pull up real quick and show. It's a questionnaire that just asks a bunch of questions. Let me see if I can find an image version of it, and I'll download it real quick and show it. All right, here we go. Let me share my screen. Make it big. Share this tab instead. So this is the PHQ-9. Make it as big as I can. Stands for the 9. It literally stands for Patient Health Questionnaire 9, as in 9 questions. And what it goes through is it asks, in the last 2 weeks, how often have you been bothered by any of the following? So number 1, little interest or pleasure in doing things, and you rate it 0, 1, 2, or 3 based on not at all, several days, more than half the days, or nearly every day. Have you had feelings of being down, depressed, or hopeless? Trouble falling asleep, staying asleep, or sleeping too much? Feeling tired or having little energy, poor appetite or overeating, feeling bad about yourself, or that you're a failure to, or have let down family, and things like that. Trouble concentrating, such as when reading the newspaper or watching television. Moving or speaking slowly that people can notice, or being very fidgety or restless. And then thoughts of that you'd be better off dead or hurting yourself. And so based on that, you add up a score, and the score dictates should you be put on meds or not. And so this is why I say, a lot of providers are just going down a list and checking off boxes. They're not actually getting to understand you and learning, oh, mouse, you don't drink coffee, you drink sugar with some coffee in it. Maybe you need to cut back on your sugar. Oh, cowboy, you don't get enough time outdoors in the sun. You sit in front of the computer too much. You need vitamin D. Oh, Arby, you ignore Baxter and he attacks you and doesn't let you sleep, and you have sleep apnea. So, you need to sleep better. That would fix your depression. So there's all these ways that you could holistically look at somebody's life that doctors don't actually do, because doctors are not being trained like, the old school general practice, provider who would, get to know you and went to the same church or whatnot, and their kids went to your school and you were friends with their kids, and, you actually had a relationship with this person and they understood you as a person. Instead, you're just going to some random person who goes through an electronic medical record system and uses the standards of care so you don't sue them, and, prescribes you a med that's based off said standards of care that half the time are being paid for by a insurance company or a pharma company to put together. And ultimately, it makes a lot of sense to me why this psychiatrist, who's a clinical psychiatrist, would say maybe talking to a psychiatrist about your needs or your general practice doctor about this, unless you really truly have clinical depression, is not worth it. I mean, again, I saw data. I probably posted about it. I saw a study that a metadata study that was done. So that's kind of one of the higher quality type studies where it looks at lots of studies, and they found that for most mild, moderate depression, not obviously not super severe like clinical depression, but for most depression, people could treat it through lifestyle changes, exercise, eat healthy, build up family groups, build up communities, make friends, get outside the house. And yet everybody's just like, get on drugs. So,
well, I don't think the questionnaire leaves any room for lifestyle itself. Do you have friends still? Do you, was there a major incident in your life recently that upset you? Those kind of things I don't see on that questionnaire that aren't being taken into.
Because all it's asking is, are you having symptoms? And if you are, then the answer is we put you on a drug. I mean, I was talking to my primary care doctor one time and she handed me that because she says she hands it to every patient. And I said to her, I was like, look, I could fill this out and, in a way, because I'm not in a great place where, you would want to put me on meds, but I'm not going on any meds, no matter what you tell me to or not, because I can recognize that I need to exercise more and I need to work on my eating habits. And this was before I got Baxter. And I was like, I need to find some more friends or some more social group that's positive. I need someone in my life that makes my life better. Like, these are things that I can recognize that have nothing to do with your stupid questionnaire.
Exactly. That's what, yeah. And depression also comes from, like I said, major things happening in life. You lose a friend, you lose a spouse, you lose a child. And that's not, it's not the chemical of the brain, but it's still depression.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know I need to get out more. I don't pay for any online, and all I do is watch YouTube most of the day, and now I realize that is not healthy at all. And I told myself the other day, I need to go hang out at the park for a day.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's easier said than done, even for people that don't have any limitations and whatnot. But everybody could push themselves a little bit to try and find ways to be a little more social. I mean, ultimately, part of why I settled on I'm working towards leaving the area I'm in is because when I did try to push myself to find some more social opportunities, it didn't really go anywhere. And I think that if I lived in a place that was less city, people would be, I know Mouse has said this before about like where she lives, but people would be more open to having friendships and relationships and things like that with other people. Where around here, it seems like people are very, very closed off.
Right.
I mean, part of my deal is all the people that I agree with or I connect with not really in my area, and on top of that, I got a car, so it's like, but ew, I need to give. Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, look, there aren't any easy answers. What PJ just said here, belonging is important. People need social groups. There's no doubt about it. You know, and ultimately, if you can't find it where you are, then, you know, sometimes you need to work towards making a change. I mean, I know for me, like, I'm going to have to push myself to be more social, even if I do move somewhere else, because I can fall back easily into spending much of my time private and by myself. And I did want to, I pulled this up, but I didn't want to talk over you. But yeah, I mean, what Kaio was saying, antidepressants, you know, definitely are, and on all mood stabilizers, they're not always the best solution because they don't fix any of the underlying problems. They just turn you into a zombie, essentially, on some level. I mean, it's the reality of what Soma was in Brave New World, if anybody has ever read that book, you know, in the dystopian novels and whatnot that have kind of been predictive and come true in a lot of ways. But I think I'd have to look it up, but I think something like 50 to 60, is it 50 to 60 or is it like 40? I don't remember. I'll have to look it up, but a large percentage of our population is on mood stabilizers.
But I don't I'm gonna get off of being the comment.
Alrighty.
I'll let everybody else hop on. I'll talk to you in Discord. I love you.
Take care, Cowboy. It was nice to see you.
It was great talking.
Always good to chat.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the stat from the CDC. Here, I'll make it big. Whoa, not that big. But this is the stat from the CDC on the number of people. What is it? Mental health treatment trends amongst adults ages 18 and over. This is by age group. The number of people on mood stabilizers and antidepressants. I mean, you're talking about basically 20% to 20 to 25% of every age group.
Wow.
I mean, we're just, you know, drugging the masses. We're not actually, like, you know, solving anybody's problems.
Yeah, we really punched that younger generation with it, didn't we?
I mean, look, I've definitely talked about this before, but anytime you go to the doctor as a young woman, it doesn't matter what your issues are. Yeah, I mean, true, the amount people are given is due to treatment resistance and people are on other drugs, but the amount of people that are on them has gone up precipitously too. But yeah, I mean, I've talked about this a whole bunch for that, you know, you go as a young woman to a doctor's office and you complain about some sort of issues, you know, be it mental health issues or physical issues. And the answer consistently seems to be, oh, go on, you know, birth control, despite the fact that, you know, being on birth control from such a young age seems to correlate with fertility issues later in life. You know, we live in this health situation where we don't do preventative medicine. We don't treat, you know, people holistically. We just treat symptoms. I mean, this is when I was talking about the healthcare, you know, fraud stuff a few weeks back. You know, I didn't go into this in super great detail, but you know, a lot of the health system is based on reimbursable care, which is primarily about you know, procedural medicine, not talking to people and spending time with people. Look, and like P Digit says here, ADD was a bridge to medication for everybody. You have a lot of situations these days where a teacher has a kid that they're struggling to control in a classroom, and based on the teacher's recommendation, the kid gets put on to Vyvanse, Ritalin, Adderall, whatever, especially boys, and they diagnose them with ADD based on their experience in the classroom, when a lot of young boys are struggling in classrooms because the classroom environment is not designed for them. I mean, this is something I didn't mention when I was talking about healthcare, but like, it doesn't surprise me. Just like most college graduates these days are women, most health graduates are women. Yes, women are higher if we remember from the moral foundations theory stuff. Yes, women tend to be higher on the care side of that foundation, of the care harm foundation, than men do. But still, women are better at conforming. And like I was saying, and this takes into account my experience in healthcare and healthcare education, it's not about being a critical thinker. It's about following a rule set.
Right. Well, I remember when the kids were in school, I had a nephew, and the teacher approached the mother, and it was, about medicating. And this was coming from a teacher, not even medical, just the teacher's pushing it, the ADHD medicine. And when we talked to her, there were like 3 kids in the class that were not medicated. So you're talking an entire classroom medicated.
Yep. Well, I mean, a lot of young boys would be much better served with, and even girls too, with more hands-on teaching, kinetic education.
Right.
This is why boys tend to be more interested in things like, working on cars or whatever. But that has a lot to do with the fact that boys tend to learn better from, physical items and working with things physically and then failing. I look, so Crown Target says the concept of microaggressions rampant isn't helping, changing the Overton window of people thinking that their lives are worse and more against people are against them rather than the reality. I think there's definitely a truth to that as well, that our society has gotten more focused on your truth and your personal opinions, and less on a reality that's based in subjectivity as opposed to or objectivity as opposed to subjectivity. I've definitely talked about this with trans stuff a lot, in that the push from the trans lobbies is, through the W path, is that instead of pushing external stuff and trying to understand people, it's just, hey, you believe you're this way, that means you're this way.
Right.
Yeah, I agree, Art. The problem with psychology is that it's based on what is considered normal, and if you fall outside of normal, then you need treatment. I mean, I find myself saying all the time, there's no such thing as normal. Normal is at best a range, and it's not a singular thing. And what people have forgotten is that on most of the things that you would look up in the DSM, be it 3, 4, 5, or whenever they come out with a 6, which, don't get me started on how political all that shit is. But you look up in the DSM, in pretty much every single one of these things, other than some like the schizophrenia stuff, depression, part of the stuff in there is how it's impacting your life. It's not just about being abnormal, but it's also how does it impact the way you function. It's also driven by the fact that we don't want to learn to tolerate normal ups and downs that come with life. Yep. I mean, again, this goes back to what I would keep saying about the Soma stuff, is that, you can balance people as opposed to dealing with extremes. That's a big part of controlling people. And, regardless of if psychology is complete or not complete or any of this kind of stuff, like P Digits mentions, ultimately we need to approach all this stuff holistically and see how things affect people's lives. You might have somebody who has severe depression, and it does impact your life significantly, and it makes sense for them to be on a medication until they can solve some of those issues that we've discussed. But for somebody else who their depression might not be so severe, it makes more sense to say, hey, let's address some of these issues and try and make things better. Let's start by, exercising on a regular basis, and you'll sleep better, and let's work on your diet, and let's give it a month and see how things go, as opposed to just throwing people on things. I mean, there are other health issues like, diabetes, let's say, where if you go and you get tested and you're diabetic, we really should put you on medications, even if we want you to make lifestyle changes that might lower your need for said medications. But from a psychological standpoint, unless you're psychotic, unless you're at risk to yourself or others, unless you're extremely debilitated, I think medication should be the last answer that you go towards.
I agree.
And yet, because of pharma and whatnot, these seem to be the first things people point towards.
I think we live more in a society now than we used to, that people just don't want to feel sad. And it's easy to take a pill instead of changing a lifestyle,
Yeah.
That's sad.
No, I mean, look, this is kind of tangential, but I think it's part of the same issue of like people not wanting to feel sad is, we live in the wealthiest time and the most accessible time for things that has ever been. And yet you have people who, are not in tune with the fact that the levels of wealth that exist amongst poor people in America is insane compared to other parts of the world. I mean, like a lot of poor people have cell phones and big flat screens, and they might not live in a great neighborhood, and they might struggle. I remember on somebody's stream, we were talking about, like food stamps and things like that. But for example, like I try and live very much within my means, if not, way below what I earn, because I was raised in a poor family and, saving, or well, not poor, but like, on the lower end of middle class with help and things like that. And so like, I focus very heavily on trying to be financially stable. I was talking about how like I have neighbors who I was talking to, and they made some comment about being on WIC, on food stamps, and again, I'm not judging them for it. They're it's a young couple, like they're still one of them, the wife doesn't work, the husband's still in school, like okay, it makes sense, and yet I see IKEA deliveries to their house constantly. So, I assume it's some family member that's paying for it. I assume it's like, their parents or whatever that are subsidizing this stuff and trying to help them pay for their kids' stuff. And obviously, family and whatnot are important, and can be helpful. But why are you, on WIC if you're spending all that kind of money?
That's a good question.
I mean, like, I can't think of the last time. Well, I can. The last time I bought furniture was I bought a table that I found on sale because I needed a good flat surface for setting something up on. But again, like I've had the same crappy couches for years and I haven't replaced them because I'm like a cheap bastard and I don't want to. And Baxter destroys stuff. And it would be nice to have like a larger sectional because he's a man now. He ain't no boy.
Man, that's
He's
it.
a man. He's a big man. He's not a big boy. He's a big man. But yeah, it would be nice to have a larger couch. But like, I don't particularly want to go spend a whole bunch of money on one. So I make do with what I have. And at some point, I'm sure I will go buy something. But again, it's for me. I'm very much about living within my means.
I agree with that. But we were discussing the other night, the husband and I. It seems like nowadays we do buy things more often than our parents and grandparents did, like a refrigerator that your grandmother owned. She could have had it all of her life. It never quit. Pass it on to one of us grandkids getting started, and it still lasts another 10 years. But if you go buy a brand new refrigerator today, it probably only lasts 10 years.
Oh, yeah. No, I talk about this in like technology all the time. I mean, think about how often you replace your cell phone or your tablet or whatnot. They're constantly making the software need more memory and more battery life. And so there's this planned obsolescence is what they talk about. Like my cell phone I've had for going on 2.5, almost 3 years. And it doesn't carry good battery life. So I brought a charger to work and, throughout the day, I just plug my phone in and I charge it. And when I'm here at home throughout the day, I plug my phone in and I charge it. It still works fine. It's still got enough power or enough memory that it can run the operating system.
Right.
Don't tell Google, but I haven't updated my phone in like almost a year. But anyways, it runs fine. And so like, okay, I could go find someone and pay them to replace the battery, but I just make do. It's not the end of the world. And like when I've traveled distances or like take plane trips, I just take one of those rechargeable brick things, and I just charge that way if I can't find an outlet. I like always have a phone charger around somewhere. But then you see these people who are going out and buying, the brand new iPhone every year. Imagine, with all the stuff that they talk about, heavy metal or precious metals and things that we need, or whatever the term is for the phones and the chips and whatnot. Right. Imagine how much of that stuff we've just tossed in the trash over the years.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, off topic, but I think it's relevant to just talk about what Crown Target was getting at here. I mean, you might remember, Mouse, because you're a little bit older than I am, but when you went to school, they still had things like home ec and stuff like that.
They did, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when I went to school, it was just all about go to college. They should be teaching you how to balance a budget. They should be teaching you how to pay taxes. They should be teaching you how government actually works. They should be teaching you, how to be fiscally responsible, like Crown Target says here. They don't do that. Everybody's just told to go to college and that'll solve your problems.
Right, exactly. And all that does is leave you with a huge student loan.
Yeah, I mean, I did see one like kind of pilot program when I was down in the Virginia area, when I was a student in PA school, and they had us go kind of meet some high school students that were in this like health track. And basically what they did with them is while they were in high school, they got a medical assistant degree so they could go work. And I met a girl who she started as a medical assistant. She got the degree in high school. Then she started working after high school. She went to a community college part-time and got a scrub tech degree. And then she worked as a scrub tech for a while. And then when I met her, she was leaving the scrub tech job full-time to go part-time because she was going to go to nursing school part-time and was paying for it herself because she'd had an income. Yeah. How many kids are actually being equipped to go out in the world, even if it's not the greatest income known to man, even if it's not going to sustain you the rest of your life, how many kids are actually being equipped with any reasonable skills to function in the real world? Let's be honest, working at a fast food place or whatever with no actual education, that's going to go away quick. And on top of that, that's not designed for being able to be self-sufficient. That's designed for a kid to learn like get a little bit of spending money and learn the basics of working in an environment. Yeah. It's not designed for people to actually like raise kids, and all these people want to talk about
sustain a mortgage, pay for insurance, all that. It don't work.
Yep. No, it's unfortunate. I mean, look, I was talking to somebody I work with about cars. Art mentioned, his newest car is 25 years old. I mean, I bought a Toyota Highlander in 2019. That's what I drive. And I almost have it paid off, but my intention is to get as many years out of that car as I can, take care of it. I mean, the body has some beat up pieces, like some
well, that's what I did. I paid cash for used vehicles, good used vehicles. Well, and they're paid for. That way I don't have payments. They're mine.
Yeah, I got a few $1,000 left to pay off on it over the next couple of years. But like $5,000 left on it, so it'll be paid off soon. But yeah, I mean, I was talking to a coworker, and she's like, "Oh, well, now that you're close to paying off, you should start thinking about the next car you're going to get." And I was like, "The hell are you talking about? Get another car. My car is going to last me. I'm going to take care of it, and it'll last me."
Like it's so almost mine.
it's not even like 5 years old because it was a 2020 that I bought at the end of 2019. Baxter needs some water, and he refuses to go on his own. Everybody knows about that. So I'm gonna leave the stream for like a few minutes in the capable hands of Mouse here, and I will be right back. About 5 minutes most.
All right. Well, I'm not as smart as Arby, but I will do my best. I mean, yeah. RT, I didn't know you were a mechanic. I feel like I should have known that about you. How long have you worked on cars? That's what my boys do. Getting a degree will give you a more rounded education, but not necessarily a better education. I don't regret my degrees, but I didn't use them to the fullest. And that's what I think that's, like he said, the high schools do. They start here in Tennessee, they start in middle school, discussing with the kids what their career choice is going to be. And their high school is written that way. And because their main push is get them in college, but they never stopped and talked about what actual degrees they were going to need and what happens if they don't get to use them. A lot of people have come out of college with degrees that they paid for, they worked hard for, and they couldn't find a job to use them with. I am a big fan of trade school. I'm a big fan of community colleges, like Arby said the nurse did, kind of working her way through instead of going, straight for the student debt. But again, I've always had that saying, and I've always believed it to be true, that the A and B students go to college to learn how to work for the C and D students, or even the F students. Because those that didn't have the grades to go to college, or barely squeaked through high school if they did, when they hit adulthood, they're usually creating their own business by whatever trade they've gathered. They may own the business, but they still need accountants to do the taxes. They still need lawyers for legal advice. They still need those smarter students to make their business run.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
He's a man now, but he still doesn't want to drink water without somebody watching over him to make sure that, the ghosts or whatever aren't coming to get him in our house with just me and him in it.
Well, he returns the favor when you go to the bathroom. He guards that door.
Usually he's asleep when I come out. So. I don't know how good a guard he is. No, he wakes up easy.
I've got a cat that does the same thing. They think when I go to the bathroom, that is their job to, I guess, protect me. Or just stand at the door and meow. I'm not real sure what's going on, but yeah.
Yeah, well, he tries to sneak in and follow me, and usually I have to close the door in his face, and then I hear him, kind of pissed off outside the door huffing, and then finally he just settles in and takes a nap right at the door frame. It's good on cold days when I'm taking a shower. He stops, him laying there right next to the crack at the bottom of the door. Yeah. Sure stops the cold air from getting in.
There you go. Art teases, I spent 17 years working and then 4 years teaching. I'm actually a mechanical engineer, automotive specialty by training.
No,
you're a master tech.
You're a armchair philosopher. We know this.
A shade tree mechanic. Ooh, I'm gonna duck. Artie's gonna hit me.
But yeah, look, I don't know if you guys talked about Art's comment here about getting a degree gives you a more rounded education. I don't know if that's even the case anymore because, I was going to talk about this at some point. It's on my list of topics, but schooling has gone from teaching critical thinking and teaching to being about credentialism. And at least that's my perspective. And, all these people taking these gen ed classes that claim that they're getting a more rounded education, they're not learning anything. Most are just cramming something for an exam or writing a paper, or probably now using Chat GPT or whatever to write a paper for them. Most people are not actually learning anything in these classes. Actually, this was funny. When I was in college and I took my like English 101 or 102 or whatever required class, I think 101 was like writing essays and 102 was writing research papers. So probably this was 101. But two guys in my class handed in the same paper, and they were like friends. They just thought that they could get away with buying the same paper off the internet and both handing it in.
P.S. I was overqualified for my teaching position. I left a few things off my and that's another thing about being overqualified for everything now. I left a few things off my resume. Yes, they were mad when they found out what my actual background was.
Yeah, I mean, well, this was the problem in 2008 with the financial crisis, where people were staying in the workforce longer, and even for lower level jobs, entry level jobs and whatnot, you had people who were more experienced applying for them. So somebody who truly was an entry level worker didn't have much in the way of opportunity. More treats for Baxter.
He's a good boy.
Well, now that he's had water in him, he's like, all right, I have space. My throat's not so dry. But yeah, I mean, I wish we were, and I don't even know how you best do this, because you do have to teach people basics to be able to expand and teach things like critical thinking. And the only way you would improve with your critical thinking skills is being challenged. But in our society, with it being so focused on people not feeling bad, and being so superficial with this idea that we have so much information in our pockets at all time, I don't know how you realistically teach people to think more critically.
I don't either. I mean, other than questioning everything is about all you can teach. Question everything.
Yeah. I mean, I still, if you don't know where to look for answers, when people aren't being taught how to research anymore, or how to even qualify what is valuable research and what isn't, too many people are just going to the social media sources, which aren't so great. I mean, I see, again, because I happen to be quite knowledgeable about the sort of history of the Middle East with my background and my family connections and whatnot. I see these falsities that are being pushed all the time, that people expand into these massive, call it anti-Semitic or anti-Zionistic, whatever you want to say, but these anti-Israel diatribes and ideas that the fiction is more entertaining than the reality of it. And then I was talking on one of Gutter streams at one point, I think on a coffee club a few weeks back, and she was talking about some of this some of the money stuff, and I was saying how I think a lot of it is about the European banking markets, and then you have all these people who so much of that is about banking families and whatnot, which a percentage of them are Jewish, but that then turns into this massive, never-ending conspiracy theory about how the Jews control everything.
No,
I mean, I wish. I want my my kickbacks. I want my money. I don't get none. Sorry, Art. I won't claim you're more than you are. I don't want to ever people think you're overqualified.
Well, you do know the T stands for trouble, right? No, I'm just playing. I'm playing, Art.
So as Kai said, schools need to stop brainwashing children. That's how a child learns, by not being told to march like a puppet. If anybody hasn't ever checked his channel out, Winning Reality's got a whole series of streams about the Yuri Bezmenov stuff. Here, I don't know if it'll let me paste it and share it because it's on Rumble, but hopefully YouTube doesn't have a problem with that. But yeah, here's a link to the playlist, but where he goes through the, that might have been the wrong one. My bad. Here's the right one. That one's his Kash Patel one book. But here, this one's on YouTube. This is his playlist about, he calls it Ideological Subversion featuring Yuri Bezmenov. You know, and I've mentioned it before numerous times, but there was this Russian Soviet dissident who talked about how you undermine a society that is too strong to actually invade by teaching multiple generations of kids that, you know, you should hate your country and that your country is evil and you subvert your country itself. This is why I have, you know, brought up multiple times when we've talked about different topics, and I've asked people, did the United States start around 1776, or did the United States start around 1619? Because there was this subversion project pushed by a bunch of the schools and whatnot and the media, that America didn't really start out of the founding fathers and the ideas of you know, individual rights and all this kind of stuff that were pushed for by the, you know, American founders in the late 1700s, and culminating in the Declaration of Independence and the War of Independence. But really, America started with its initial sin of a slave being brought here in 1619, and you know, America is this evil slave society that, you know, needs to be destroyed from within.
Yeah. I was looking down the list. He's got a few of them. I got
yeah.
like a year.
I mean,
one 4 years ago. Yeah. 4 or 5 years ago. He's got plenty of them. Yeah.
Well, so look, it's not new information. It's information that's been around since the 80s, because Yuri was doing interviews all throughout the 80s before he ended up dying, talking about this stuff. And people just, you know, took it as something interesting and didn't particularly listen to it or integrate it. And yet the schools continued to, you know, radicalize. This is why it didn't surprise me in the least, you know, that you have the college campuses, like Israel or don't like Israel, like their wars, don't like their wars, irrelevant, not my business, I don't care. But it doesn't surprise me why you have a bunch of queers for Palestine, despite the fact that their actual values are so far from each other. Because, but it all comes back to the, you know, ideological indoctrination that goes on in a lot of these liberal arts colleges and a lot of these liberal arts programs within colleges. And, you know, through the whole DEI and intersectional politics stuff, it's bled into sciences as well. Art says you have to be able to evaluate information before you can determine its reliability. That's probably the hardest thing today with the limitless amount of information. Yeah, and again, I think people have been trained to not view information critically. They've been, you know, trained to think, well, you know, that I have so much accessibility to information that if I see it on a Google search, it must be true. And I think this is getting even worse with these AIs that are replacing search engines, where there's a lot of fallacies you see in them.
Oh, yeah. I believe that. We've seen that with the election. There was a video where they asked about Kamala Harris as president and got an answer, asked about Donald J. Trump, and it gave this clinical thing, oh, I'm not allowed to discuss that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Or, like, I've messed around with some of the, like, art stuff associated with it, the, like, image generation, and you can often see the similarities based on what things have trained on when you start asking for very detailed, specific stuff from these things. Oh, man, that hits a pet peeve for me. So Art says, don't sweat it. I'm not big on degrees and proper titles. I worked around too many pretentious twits, shaking my head. I hate when people insist on being called doctor. Dr. Jill Biden is the perfect example. these people that have don't have medical degrees but have like a PhD, I can
Yeah.
get in a classroom setting if you want to be called, Dr. So-and-so. If I can get in a classroom setting if you want to be called professor or whatever. But what I do not understand is these people who walk around in daily life that have a PhD and insist on being called doctor. Doctor has a specific connotation in our society and implies medical doctor. So, when you're running around saying Dr. Jill Biden, good on her that she earned a PhD.
That's like Dr. Phil, and he's not even a psychologist. He is a trial scientist, but we call him Dr. Phil.
Yep. Well, is Judge Judy really a judge?
Well, she married one. I know that.
No, she was an actual judge before she did her TV show. I just don't know. And my understanding is
married to Judge Joe Brown.
Oh, is she? I didn't know that. But a bunch of those people were actual judges before they went on those shows. But my understanding is the way that those shows work. It's they're serving as like an arbitrator.
Yeah, the way it works is if you have an actual case to litigate, you can write into the show and you both sign a contract that you're going to take it out of, your local court, and that you both agree to abide by whatever terms Judy lays out as a judge, and then they pay you to get on the show. And that's the reason people do it. So a lot of times that stuff that you do see on those judges shows, a lot of those are made up.
I've read somewhere, and I don't know if this is true, but that that the show pays for any of the damages.
Right. Yeah.
And that's part of the deal.
Yeah. I read an article once. These two guys had been on there like 5 times, and each scenario was completely made up, but they were cashing in on it before the show caught on to it. But yeah, Judy is married to a Judge Joe Brown, who also used to have his own show I think in the 90s, maybe.
I think it went on longer than that. But yeah, so there's an interesting channel. I just pulled up Twitter. This was at the top for me. But there's an interesting channel called Yuri Bezmenov's Ghost that reposts Yuri stuff all the time. This was a clip that he posted this morning talking about arguing with a demoralized person. That is what I was getting at. But real quickly, Kaya says, I knew a dentist who refused to be called doctor because people always asked medical questions and expected him to fix their ailments. This is something that used to always tick me off. Is my grandparents, God love them, call me Dr. Arby. And I mean, not Arby, but and it gets on my nerves. I'm like, I'm not a doctor. And I don't want to be called doctor. Like, I'm okay with what my degree is and what I do. And, I see value in who I am and what I do beyond just a credential.
I can see that, though. You got to take into account their amount of pride in you.
No, it's fine. I'm just
sweet.
But yeah, it became a running joke with a buddy of mine, and we put like a little sticky over my title on my my badge, and instead of it saying physician assistant, it said not a doctor. Then I got in trouble and I had to get a new badge.
I love it.
But now whenever we call each other on our work phones, we're like, not a doctor, how are you?
That's funny.
Art says, I've seen people with exceptional credentials say some of the most insane crap because of their title. People take it as gospel. 100%. Dr. Anthony Fauci or Dr. Deborah Birx.
Exactly. Exactly like Fauci.
But yeah, this was Yuri Bezmenov clip about talking to people that are subverted or that are demoralized.
It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy, is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom.
But to eliminate the others, to execute the others, don't they serve some purpose? Wouldn't they be the ones they rely on?
They serve purpose only at the stage of destabilization of a nation. For example, your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot.
Wow.
Yeah, so I mean, there's long interviews that he did and presentations, but that amalgamates his points down very well.
Yeah.
But yeah, to answer Kaya, my degree is a master's of health in public health or something like that. But the actual degree that matters, like I typed out, is my physician assistant license.
He's got a prescription pad, y'all.
Yep. Forget the fancy piece of paper on the wall. I got the fancy piece of paper in my desk.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. A lot of things have actually, a lot of states have moved away from written prescriptions and want digital prescriptions now.
Yeah.
So it comes out of your electronic medical record system.
Like, that's the first thing they ask you right after your name, address, what pharmacy do you use?
Mm-hmm.
We'll call it in.
And you can still like call in prescriptions for some stuff, but there's other things they don't particularly like you calling in prescriptions for. They want it through the EMR.
Yeah.
I can never remember. I don't write that many prescriptions in my current role, mostly because we have a bunch of meds we can like give out.
Right.
And we have like packs of like meds, but mostly I give out like Tylenol, ibuprofen. They're not samples. They're just so that, and we bill the insurer for it, being in a public health or not public health, occupational health office. So that we can just give our patients meds to take with them. But it's like muscle relaxants, Tylenol, ibuprofen, a little bit of meds, a little bit of antibiotics sometimes, some steroid creams, things along those lines.
Histamines, easy things.
But it's pretty rare that I end up having to prescribe much, and I definitely shy away from the like narcotics and all that kind of fun stuff.
Oh yeah.
Here,
I would think things like that come from the actual doctor.
No, I can prescribe that stuff. I just choose not to, or don't have a good reason to on a regular basis. I'm not a big fan of prescribing narcotics, just because I don't like quote unquote covering up things. I like to actually treat
the
underlying thing, and I'd rather
source of it and not just treat the symptoms.
Well, and also I'd rather you go to like the like if you have an orthopedic injury, I'd rather you go to the orthopedist, see them, and if they want you to be on narcotic, they can prescribe you said narcotic. Like, if they're doing surgery, okay, it makes sense for you to be on narcotic for a little bit, but try and treat with other things first. Here's a 5-minute video of Yuri talking about the Department of Demoralization.
So, on the stage of demoralization, so we have religion, we have education, we have social life, we have power structure, we have labor relations, unions, and finally we have law and order.
What Gramsci had said was that we have this cultural hegemony.
This is James Lindsay, if anybody knows who he is. He's done some good work, but he's kind of gone off the deep end a little bit.
And this thing is like keeping out communism because it's like a force field. He says the only way to beat that is to get inside the key cultural institutions that generate this cultural hegemony, create a counter hegemony from within, and break them apart. This
is what the Trump admin is doing on some level with trying to break up the Doge stuff and things like that, is that they are trying to create a new cultural hegemony. I mean, it seems to me that they're not, yes, they want to save money, and yes, they want to get rid of some of the bureaucracy, but it seems to me that a lot of it is about replacing the bureaucracy. I mean, if anybody actually read the Project 2025 stuff, that wasn't about really getting rid of anything. It was about replacing the cultural Marxists and whatnot with quote unquote, American cultural people.
This is cultural Marxism. And so cultural.
Sorry, we were.
I was just going to say that that's true, but we were also told, we were warned by the president of El Salvador about what he had to do to rebuild his government without the influence of George Soros. And he warned us to do the same thing. And I think Trump heard him.
Cultural hegemony, he said, has to be beaten by infiltrating the major cultural institutions, and he named 5. Those are religion, family, education, media, and law, with a special emphasis put on education.
Education. Distract them from learning something which is constructive, pragmatic, efficient. Instead of mathematics, physics, foreign languages, chemistry, teach them history of urban warfare, natural food, home economy, your sexuality, anything, as long as it takes you away.
I mean, I will say I do like that unicorn onesie. Come on, you want it.
I would look fantastic in it.
I just walk around like pulling it down, taking dumps, and being like, why is it not a rainbow?
I'm more of a throwing Skittles at kids type of person. No, I'm just
anything, as long as it takes you away.
For the next 5 years, high school students in Oregon will not need to perform proficiency tests showing mastery of reading, writing, or math in order to graduate.
I'm teaching children social studies.
Yeah, I mean, these are the insane things that happen partially because of the regime under the virus, but also partially to push all this Marxist, cultural Marxism was, to push a mass, throwing away of any ability to test and, compare people. This was, you see this pushback against the Supreme Court decision on affirmative action in college admissions.
Right.
That's not in our curriculum, teaching them things about how to be an anti-racist. I taught them about protesting. I taught them about Black Lives Matter.
I'm basically applying critical theory to educational practice as critical pedagogy.
I see teaching as a very political act. When we are engaging with our students, whether it's on social justice issues or multicultural issues or culturally relevant teaching.
Wow. I know Gutter's got something to say about this. I know she loves the Marxism in the schools. She just wants to create lots of critical little protesters to run around.
Yeah, and they have.
Issues around race and culture and class into the subject matter. And as a science teacher, I have to do that intentionally.
Mostly thinking about racial and culture in my class and how we could change the future. We have all of these different people that are activists,
And we're learning how to take action in social studies now.
I teach about Marxism. I teach about socialism. I teach about trans rights. I teach about LGBTQ history. I teach about Black history. I teach about the racial history of our country and the genocide that we've inflicted upon Indigenous people.
Here you can see the entire schedule. This is an entire school day, right? This isn't just like a 1-hour assembly. This is from 9 to 3. We start off with our entire school hearing some opening words from our fearless leader, Akina, our head of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and of course, Louise, our social and emotional wellness coordinator, who talks about how to have uncomfortable conversations and learn about difficult topics.
There are plenty of reasons to talk about race in a math class. There are plenty of reasons to talk about LGBTQ issues in a math class.
Yeah, and once one kid at the school starts to say, I use they, them pronouns, or I'm not a boy or a girl, then it'll catch on like wildfire. I've seen it happen.
And the doctor said that she...
Yeah, I've talked about that. There's definitely a lot that I personally buy into the social contagion theory of the trans stuff. I think there's a lot of truth to that. The data shows that it clusters around certain communities for sure. Very left-leaning, like California.
Yeah,
community.
but it becomes an accessory, a social badge, if you will.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree.
She's a girl, and everyone should see her and treat her like a girl, right? Which is
What's interesting is you see with respect to trans stuff, in the historic cohort, it was mostly men that wanted to be seen as and identified as women. Now, especially since the whole I Am Jazz thing, going public and being very in people's faces, it's a heck of a lot of young girls who want to be boys, and there's a lot of crossover with autism in these populations,
right?
And mental health issues. It's something like 66 to 68% of trans young people under 18 now. I mean, across the board, but it's even higher amongst people under 18 that have comorbid mental health issues, and the rates of autistic trans people is insane.
to say that they should call her Jazz.
Oh, cute. They're teaching them to protest.
Yep, school-sponsored events where these activist teachers are teaching these kids to protest. I mean, they used to. You saw a lot of schools, the school shooting, stuff, and the March for Our Lives schools in the general, DC area,
yeah,
letting their kids go to this stuff as school trips and whatnot. But this is what Yuri Bezmenov talked about creating a class of radicals.
So this comment right here is asking me to explain why not wanting critical race theory in the classroom is racist. Thank you for asking me this question. I'd love to explain it. So critical race theory talks about how the systems that we have, the laws that we have, how all of those are designed to oppress people groups. Things like mass incarceration, the prison industrial system, the military industrial system, all of those are used to oppress people groups. By teaching this in the classroom, we can show our kids what systems need to be challenged and thought about differently.
Our curriculum is deeply using critical race theory, especially in social studies, but you'll find it in English language arts and the other disciplines. We were very intentional about creating curriculum, infusing materials, and embedding critical race theory within our curriculum. As was stated by many speakers today, it's because students need to understand the truth of history, understand the history of this country, to better understand who they are, and about the injustices that have occurred in this country.
I just wanted to highlight what Art said. A lot of peer pressure working. There's a lot of peer pressure working in the teen years. It's probably one of the worst times in life to judge anything regarding life choices. You can't separate fact from peer influence 100%, which is why when you have a bunch of kids coming in talking about how they, don't feel their gender or whatnot, you maybe affirming them isn't the best answer.
I agree.
Like, we can be adults.
I'm also a mother of 3 beautiful
This is from a Kamala
children,
Harris
and
rally.
they're all teachers like me. Growing up, I always knew I wanted to be a teacher because I saw education for what it really was. The greatest instrument of social justice in this country.
Oh, no. That is a scary thought.
Mm-hmm. That's why I say our schools are not about education. They don't teach critical thinking. They're exactly what Yuri Bezmenov predicted they're going to be.
Wow.
I mean, if everybody is so focused on all these, secondary issues, I don't get what the point is in even bothering sending your kids to school if they're going to be, taken down this pathway. Crown Target says if you do a deep dive in the policy, they have changed from using the term welfare to well-being, a much more amorphous and malleable term, which they have the power to subvert and stretch intent. Yeah, I know Crown Target's talked about this a lot when we've discussed stuff before, but language matters so much, and so much of what goes on here is language manipulation. Like I was saying, it's not just fear. There are other manipulation tactics, like I talked about in that presentation that I was doing. The framing is where a lot of this manipulation occurs. I mean, it's not, and it comes from kind of many different sides, and it's not all just about, being wary of the media. Like I keep pointing out, social media is as much a problem of this as well. I mean, you had, like Hassan Piker, who is one of the largest Twitch streamers in the political space, who's a commie lefty kind of guy, and yet he's making millions and whatnot. But he's the nephew of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, and he had this guy who's a Houthi pirate who we call terrorist, and he's calling him a freedom fighter.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The colorful vocabulary. But it's still propaganda, and that's what they've learned. Between switching the vocabulary like this and then cramming, because what they're doing now in media is more than just twisting the news. They are cramming so much at us at once that we forget what happened yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here
even going back over COVID seems like an old high school story. It just seems like so long ago because so much has happened between COVID and now.
So I have a couple more things from that I had saved on Twitter that I was going to show you guys. That I had came up in that are relevant to our discussion here. Let me share the screen real quick. So this is from also the Skeptic Research Group, and this is them talking about they did a survey as part of the 2024 election, and the question here was: Donald Trump will require women to leave the workforce to become housewives, and an assessment based on your preferred candidate, if it's true or false. 30% of Harris voters, potential Harris voters, said that that's a true statement. Obviously, again, the bulk of people thought it was a false statement, but it just goes to show you how you can align kind of media perspectives with,
Right, but it can, and again, it's vocabulary words, because some women can look at it as Trump's going to allow us to go home and not have to work 2 jobs.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some interpretation, like what we saw in that moral foundations
that's what I'm
theory
getting
thing we were doing.
on Trump is those women that don't want to be in the workforce. I'm like, yeah, I want to go home. I'm trying to help you out, Trump.
And then this was another one. where they were from Skeptic, where they're talking about mental health. And so mental health challenges are an important part of my identity based on generation and sex. And so you can see the like millennial and Gen Z, especially the women, but it goes by, works its way up. Even in Gen Z, males, 67% of respondents agreed that mental health is an important part of identity. In the millennials, 56% of men, 67% of women agreed with that.
But notice how it raises with each generation. Now, the boomers were brought about in the Great Depression. Remember, they didn't have feelings. They didn't have safe spaces. They were just poor. They probably had 10 sisters, 11 brothers. And then you get into Gen X. And there's a few more of us, but, being Gen X, I really believe we're the generation that just didn't care about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that your generation and the older millennials that grew up without social media and the internet are the ones that were like had it best. And the millennials that are younger and the Gen Z and whatever the generations after, I don't know, Gen Alpha and whatnot, those generations have it the worst in some level because they've grown up tied to social media. I mean, I think the unaliving stuff that goes on amongst young kids, a lot of that has to do with not being able to escape bullying and
I think the peer pressure now on kids is 10 times what it was when we were kids, and we had a lot. Everybody wanted to be doing what the cool kid was doing, and if you wasn't, you were weird. It was the same thing, but we didn't have social media. We didn't have this ever ongoing newspaper that put everything out about us. We were lucky in Gen Z and Gen X that we are really the last generation where we got to have the conversation, or it came down to my word against yours. Just, flat out my word against yours. There wasn't pictures. There wasn't, social posts about what went on.
Yep. To what Art said here, media was designed to capture attention years ago, and the goal has only become worse with the advent of the internet. I can't tell you the number of times I've seen the same article with 5 headlines. I mean, the reality is, and I kind of alluded to this before, but the 24-hour news cycle, people had to find something to talk about because there isn't really 24 hours of news in a day, and so they became hyperbolic at best.
Yeah, and that's really been pushed on y'all more than us too. We didn't have 24-hour news cycles.
And then this is the other parts of this study that I thought was very telling. I would end my relationship with a family member if they expressed a political view that I find inappropriate. There's agreement by political orientation and generation. So the blue is the liberals, the moderates are, green, and the conservatives are the light pinkish reddish color. But yeah, if you look across the board, it doesn't even matter what generation you're talking about. It's disproportionately the liberals that care about you aligning with their political ideals. For people that if you can't see on your phone or whatever,
I can see it, yeah.
For Gen Z and millennials, liberals, 36% of them say they would end the relationship with a family member over differing political views they find inappropriate. Whereas 21 and 19% of the conservatives in those groups say that, and 19 and 14% of the Gen Z and millennials in those say that. Whereas if you go to Gen X and boomers, again, it's much lower numbers, but 21% of Gen X liberals say that they would end a relationship with somebody that in their family that has a different political view. Whatever political view they find inappropriate.
Yeah.
And boomers it's 16%, whereas the conservatives in Gen X is 11%, and the boomers it's 8%, and then the moderates it's 9% and 7% respectively.
Wow, that's interesting.
And then I think the last piece here was I would end a friendship because my friend expressed a political view that I find inappropriate, and that's even higher than the familial ones. And again, you can see the liberals are almost double what the conservatives and moderates are. I mean, again, it would depend on what the view is, but still, it's worth noting.
That's interesting.
Um,
You know me, though. I'm really interested in the difference between the generations.
You know, you might find this, like, if you look up the skeptic research, you might find their stuff interesting. And then, but I'm not going to be all doom and gloom, so we'll share this tab. So this is from the Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data System from 2022, showing the amount of degrees in different in humanities, science, and computer sciences. Since 2010 or 2015, there's a drop in the humanities, so that could bode well for our society.
Laughing about me. Lay off the feelings a little bit, y'all.
I don't know if Gutter's still here, but I found something that I want that she would appreciate.
Uh-oh, it's got to be about preservatives or
Almost. So this is a lunch, and this is a lunch. One is from this Texas school system, and one is from a prison in Texas. Or sorry, Idaho State Prison is one of them, and the other is the Texas students.
Oh yeah, I think we did this one with Gigi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm guessing.
I don't think it's the same one, but I think we did one kind of along the lines because, yeah, we were comparing. Actually, we were looking at what our lunches used to look like compared to how they've evolved in the school. And we wouldn't eat school lunches today if Gen X was still in school.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I don't need the slop and the like canned fruit and whatnot.
But when we were in school,
you got some vegetables.
The cafeteria workers actually showed up at like 6 o'clock in the morning and cooked everything from scratch. The pizza dough was made by hand. Everything was actually cooked from scratch and not peeled out of a can or a frozen bag like it is now.
Well, look, I see this. My brother raised his kids with vegetables, and like my nephew and my nieces, they think in that side of the family that they think broccoli is delicious and great. Kids in the other side of the family, now they have some issues too, beyond that, but they basically eat like rice and like schnitzel, like chicken, pan-fried chicken.
Yeah.
And a couple other things, but they really don't eat vegetables. And that comes down to like, how you raise kids. I mean, despite what Big Mike, did with her healthy plate thing, we still had kids left and right, eating pizza as lunch and calling it a vegetable or whatever.
Cowboy says, yeah, there are so many Gen Xers rather to be a content creator than be a member of society. You have to understand that we're still bitter about being the forgotten generation. And we're okay with it. We grew up, we were the children that were seen and not heard. We didn't have feelings. Our parents had to be told at 10 o'clock that, hey, psst, it's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? So I think we socialize in a lot different manner than the younger generations. And one of ours is we're just not big on big crowds. We just don't like a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what P. just said, that's even a better way to put it. Yeah, it's not 24-hour news. It's 24-hour editorializing and BS shows where people argue about stupidity.
Or they bring some specialist on that has nothing to do with the situation to give their opinion on the situation. Like some pilot that was not at the airport or near the plane wreck going to come tell us what he thinks caused the wreck.
Well, hey, I like the one where that CNN contributor or whatever she is was going off about how she's a DEI hire and You know, she's never made as much money as other people in her, like, you know, any job she's had. And like,
I'm getting a lot of those.
it's showing that you're a DEI hire.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
There was
mean,
one guy on there screaming, "This is not fair. I wouldn't have this job if it wasn't for the DEI. This is not fair." And they go, "So you're not qualified?" He literally turns around and goes, I don't understand the question.
look,
That's why you're a DEI hire.
first it started with, you know, Mexico and the other third world countries not sending our best. And then our colleges stopped sending our best. CNN doesn't deserve our best.
No. Didn't they end up with oh God, what is his name? The white hair. The little guy. I can't remember his name. He used to be over on CBS.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I can't catch his name. He's a journalist. I'll have to remember some other time. It's on the tip of my tongue.
But yeah, I mean, you know, we call them journalists, but I don't think a lot of them are doing journalism anymore.
No. Anderson Cooper. That's who I was thinking.
Oh, see,
Yeah,
you were saying white hair, and I was thinking old, and I was like,
and CNN ended up with Anderson Cooper. Like nobody would take him.
wasn't he the one that was doing the, like, you know, super fake thing where he was like in the water on his knees or whatever, and then people just like walk right past him? Or was that somebody else?
I can see Anderson doing that.
There was some news clip where they were like talking about how the water, you know, in some hurricane or something is like up to their,
I remember.
or was he the? There was another one where the guy was like talking about how the wind is so terrible and like blowing him away, and he's has to lean into the wind, and then these people like walking their dogs just walk past.
I've seen a news anchor in a canoe because the water was so high, and then people walked by behind it, and it was like ankle deep. Like ankle deep. I'm like she's in a whole canoe.
Yeah.
But no, Anderson
Yep.
is he's really liberal. Really liberal.
Well, oh yeah, no, I know. I mean, he's part of the LGBTQ mafia, you know.
Yes, he is. He
Um,
absolutely is.
But yeah, Leah said that after her dad died, they couldn't afford junk food. They ate fried potatoes, white beans, cornbread, and were lucky to have some meat than it was fried bologna. I mean, honestly, that's probably better for you than what a lot of people eat these days. You know, you're eating okay. So potatoes, again, potatoes are not that bad for you unless you're eating them in high amounts. Even when you're, you know, frying foods or pan frying foods, if you're frying them in the right fats and oils, it's not that bad for you. You know, obviously, if you stay within reasonable calorie limits. White beans are protein, that's not bad. Cornbread, again, it's a you know, it's not like high fructose corn syrup or whatever, but cornbread, corn is not so terrible for you as long as your body has to actually break it down. And then
I have to argue with you. My father is dead set on potatoes. I kid you not, he will not eat a meal without potatoes, and has been that way since he was a kid.
so you're saying they're bad?
No, he says they're the cure all. They're going to keep him healthy, and he's, you know, he's really a healthy man, except for, you know, the cancer. But that's so funny that you say that, because it was his thing. He would not eat a meal without potatoes, no matter how much you argued whether they were good or bad or too
Well,
much of them being fried.
he sounds like a good potato worshiper. That's all I gotta say.
That's what makes me laugh so hard. I've had many a conversation with the dad about how potatoes are the magic food. He's sure of it. I don't know how, but he's sure of it.
And look, you know, bologna might not be the best meat out there, but it's definitely a better, you know, option if you are having some sort of meat in a, you know, smaller amounts than some of the way people eat these days.
Oh, that's a Tennessee dish up here. They like a big old thick slab of bologna and they'll put it in the smoker. Smoked bologna. It's so gross.
Yeah, look, Art says I can make a simple meal in about the same amount of time it takes to make something from a box, but most people think a box is faster or easier. Yeah, I mean, look, I'd much rather just make some eggs and like toast a bagel and, you know, eat that for dinner than eat some like frozen, you know, microwave meal or whatnot. And again, if you are responsible about how you approach things, like I'll cook a bunch of, you know, chicken or something like that on a weekend and make a pot of rice. In fact, that's what I'm planning on doing after I get off here. Is I'll go play with Baxter some and then put up a pot of rice. I have some frozen vegetables and I'll make some chicken or something, and then I'll have food to eat for the week for like dinner or lunch to take for work and whatnot. You know,
that's
it's all just
kind of
about
the way
like
y'all
planning
have
ahead
to
and being
do it.
responsible.
And that's kind of the way y'all have to do it in your career, really, is making one big nutritious meal and then carrying it through the week and not having to eat fast food. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm not super on top of things and I buy lunch at work, I don't buy fast food, but I'll go to like the cafeteria and I'll get a sandwich or, you know, whatever they happen to have. But I hate spending money. I mean, I don't go crazy. I think I spend on average about $6 to $7 for lunch at work if I buy lunch with the employee discount.
That's
Usually,
fair.
and my kick lately has been turkey clubs, but not with like extra slices of bread. Turkey breast, some bacon, some mayo, lettuce, tomato, some onions.
Yeah.
I've been enjoying that. I like bacon on some things like sandwiches like that, or like breakfast sandwiches, but I do not like making bacon at home. Then your entire house reeks of bacon. Like anytime you know, cook stuff like that, your house just stinks afterwards for like
I
2
love
days.
the smell of bacon. Ooh, I would rather smell it than eat it.
Well, I'll get you some bacon spray or something.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't mind it like after I cook, but then I get up in the morning, the next morning, and I'm just like, oh, it still smells like bacon.
Yeah.
Usually the only thing that I would consistently get from like a box and make out of a box was for a while I was on a pancake kick and was really enjoying making pancakes, but I don't like keep flour and things like that in my house because I don't bake often. So I
Right.
bought some of the like pre-made, you know, powder box stuff that you just mix in milk
that
or,
works too.
you know, water or whatever, and I would make pancakes sometimes. I do a lot of dinner for breakfast for dinner. Do a lot of breakfast for breakfast and breakfast for dinner.
Get you a squeeze bottle and mix you up some of the batter, and you
Mhm.
can put it back in the refrigerator until you use it again.
Yeah, I've done that before. You know what my squeeze bottle was?
Ketchup bottle.
How'd you know? A leftover ketchup bottle.
Because I've used it too. I've done it too.
Those ketchup bottles, especially now with the suction squeezy thing on it,
Yeah,
they're great bottles.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But yeah, hell, I also, you know, like to take potatoes and, you know, kind of bake a potato, and then if I'm not feeling like eating just a straight up baked potato, I'll pull it out of the fridge and cut it up and like pan fry it in a little bit of bacon fat.
Ooh,
And then like toss some eggs in, you know, cook some eggs on top of that, like a little cheese or whatever, and eat
Have
that
a
for
little
your
sausage
meal.
and a tortilla. You got a breakfast burrito.
Mhm. But yeah, I try and keep things like that in my fridge that are good to go. I'm not a big like I bought on sale some hot like Italian sausage patties or something, and they had a funky flavor to them. It wasn't for me. There's other things I'd rather put on.
Oh,
Hey, outlaw.
there's always cheese. Don't forget cheese is good with anything.
Cheese is delicious.
Hey,
You know who takes his pills and cheese, his allergy pills.
oh.
I take like a half slice of American cheese and I start throwing him little bits to catch, and then I take one and I hide his pill in it, and he never knows there's any difference.
Good job.
Yeah.
I've had a dog that we had to hide it in beans. Like he literally had to break a bean open and shove it in a bean.
Yeah, Art, you're not wrong. It is definitely not too difficult to make this stuff from scratch. I just don't keep any baking goods really, other than like sugar for, coffee or tea in my house, because I really don't bake often. Maybe if I had a bread maker or something like that, I would keep that stuff around instead of, buying bread every once in a while when I want some. But I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not a big bread maker myself. I probably could be more of a bread baker, but not really.
I like to cook. I just don't particularly like to bake.
That's me. I like to eat. I don't like to spend all day in the kitchen.
Yeah, and also, a lot of the way I cook is like stir fries and, the meats and vegetables. Like, again, I do a lot of, I'll make a pot of rice. I'll throw some frozen vegetables in and, make some sort of chicken or fish or meat or whatever I happen to go to the store and is on sale. But I'm working on getting a hold of a freezer so that when I go to Costco from now on, I can just load up.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that you can save in the freezer once you get into using a freezer. Eggs, bread can be frozen.
Mm-hmm. I have a family member that's moving, and my parents gave them their old, not old, but their like chest freezer. So
yeah,
and I told them, I was like, hey, we got to keep it in the family. You're not taking it with you, so send it my way.
There you go. That's always good to have a freezer.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of freezer space in my fridge in my house. And half of it's filled with dog food.
Oh, good for Baxter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So he had all those allergy issues, and I think he was allergic to beef and who knows what else. So I switched him to a mixture of the like expensive hypoallergenic food that they sell, the like kibbles that are hypoallergenic. But then I was like, I should feed him some real food too. So I don't give him a ton of it, but I mix it in with his food. I got him some of the like raw chicken stuff for dogs. So I get a case of that every like 10, 12 weeks or so.
I never understood that. They tell us that we should feed our animals the natural ingredients. The same thing they're going to put in dog food. But things like chicken and steak, to cook it, I think it's more healthy to cook it and give it to an animal than it is to, get their chicken through kibble.
Oh, I don't cook it. I just give him it raw. He doesn't seem to mind.
Oh, wow.
He enjoys it. Pull it out of the freezer. I let the stuff defrost. Sometimes I crack an egg into it, but I'm currently out of eggs. I'm off on Tuesday and Wednesday, so one of those days I'm going to go to Costco and load up on some of that stuff. But still don't have the freezer, so I can't load up on meat. I can only buy a little bit. But yeah, no, I don't. I mean, some people I've seen definitely online, like they cook that type of stuff for their dogs, but I have no reason to believe that if something is safe, that he doesn't need it, that he needs it cooked. I mean, dogs, wolves, whatever, cats even, they all ate raw for, a long time before they met us, even after.
Yeah, that's true. Eggs will require the loss of a ton. That's true, Art. Eggs are expensive these days.
Well, that's why I try and buy them at Costco, because eggs can last in your fridge for like months.
Can they? Because I've got some that's been in there since like the end of December, and I'm too scared to eat them.
So look it up online. I can't remember, but you're supposed to like put them in water, and if they
the float test
float, then they're good, or if they sink, then they're good. I don't remember which, but
I think if they float, they're bad.
But I've definitely had eggs in my fridge that were fine and been in there for like a month and a half, 2 months. I think they say that eggs can last something like 3 months in your freezer, or not in your freezer, in your fridge.
Okay, if an egg floats in water, it should be considered bad and should not be eaten. It indicates that the egg is old and has a large air pocket inside, causing it to float. Fresh eggs will sink to the bottom.
There you go. See, Art knows everything. If the eggs float, then they're bad. I learned that if you want to grow potatoes, then you, on your piece of potato that you like cut up and plant, you don't want more than 2 eyes. And if you have more than 2 eyes, then you end up with small potatoes. But if you have 2 eyes or less, you end up with big potatoes. And that's because the amount of starch that's built up there for the potato to start growing from is, the amount of eyes is how many like roots will grow and how many potatoes will grow. And if you have too many eyes, there's not enough like energy there to grow big potatoes, so it'll make little ones. Yep.
Cool. Interesting. I've never heard that.
Yeah, I've never grown potatoes, but one day when I guess I could theoretically like grow stuff in pots on my like porch or whatever, but the last time I tried that, we had a lot of issues. Mostly someone knocking over all the pots and
that. Well, my problem was forgetting to bring them in when it froze outside.
Yeah, but Crown, I thought, so he says in Europe they don't refrigerate eggs. I thought they also don't like wash the eggs before they sell them, so there's some like membrane on it that we take off here in the States, which is why you need to refrigerate eggs.
Yeah, because if not, it gives you salmonella poisoning. That's
You
why
also-
we like our eggs.
You also don't need to put butter in the fridge, technically. Like people with their butter containers, it sits in water.
Yeah. We've had this argument in the family, and he'll say the butter's going to sour. And I'm like, it's butter. How much more sour can it get?
But yeah, there's these like containers that you put, Butterbill, I think is what they call them. But you fill it with water, and then the butter sits in the water, so that creates a barrier, and it can just stay out for weeks on end. Well, Leah, the great golden potato in the sky, is telling everybody to think more deeply about their potatoes and be more self-sufficient. But yeah, no, so like that's one of my goals about, getting my own place with a yard and stuff, is fence it in for, Baxter, but also to have some space where I could do some like raised plant beds and grow.
Yeah, that's what I was
stuff
going
on
to
my own.
suggest. To keep him out of it, just do the raised beds. And you don't have to raise them that much, just enough that he's not really interested in it.
Exactly. I mean, I have no expectation that I could be entirely self-sufficient and, grow enough to survive without needing to go to
Right.
stores. But there's a lot of things I feel like you could grow.
A few extra squash and watermelons never hurt anybody.
Yeah, no, we used to. So my mom, when we were growing up, she had a compost. She was big into composting, and she would never buy plants. She would just see whatever grew out, and some years it would be peppers, and other years it would be tomatoes. And hi, Gigi. Sorry if I left you sitting back there a minute. My bad.
Ding dong, ding dong.
That's right. It said I needed doorbell entrance, please.
But yeah, so she would just grow. And one year we had a ton of melons that grew. Other years we had watermelons, just like whatever, squashes, whatever just happened to grow out of her compost is what she would plant.
Yeah.
We have a tree that she has at her house now that's in a pot because they moved and they don't have a place they can plant it. But that grew out of her compost one year.
Oh wow.
It's a maple tree. It grew out of her compost, and I dug it out from the compost and like put it in a pot, and she's been taking care of it for years. It's like 6 feet tall now in the pot.
Wow. Hey Gigi, how are you doing this morning? This afternoon.
Jesus, I'm exhausted. Let me tell you.
Little man run you ragged?
Yeah, a 2-year-old and a red heeler. Let me tell you what. They did 5,000 laps before most people got out of bed this morning. I was like,
So you really needed your coffee this morning.
oh my gosh, I needed to put cocaine in it. I'm telling you what.
Are you sure you didn't put that in there, like juice cups or whatever?
Somebody must have.
Yeah,
Damn.
somebody got to the staff before you did,
I
apparently.
guess that's what they mean by bottle that energy, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they, whew, It just run amok.
I don't know how they have so much energy.
I don't either.
I mean, like
I tried to starve him, not really, but less energy, less food, meant less energy. No, that kid, you just can't keep him down, and nor can you. The dog is full of energy too. She's only 3, so she's just bouncing all the time.
Well, that's what I always say about Max. Really, it's crazy to me, and I chalk it up to him being closer to the ground. But he's like, okay, let's sit. Now let's get up. Now let's sit. Now let's get up.
Yeah.
Like, dude, it's not so easy for me to get up off the ground like that. Come on.
Well, and she's like a working dog, and so you put a working dog to live in an apartment in the middle of the city, and then wonder why she wants to do like 900 laps. The minute you open the door, she guns it outside, and she goes 9,000 miles an hour, and she's just doing zoomies. But I mean, her zoomies are not like, you know how a dog will zoomie through the house. Oh no, her zoomies go like you've never seen. You can't stop her, and so you have to make sure nobody's outside, and because she's a red heeler, she's all about getting you where you're supposed to go. And if she happens to see somebody walking the wrong way, she gonna go right up on them and heal them, no doubt. It's like, oh geez.
Outlaw.
Hey, Outlaw. I had
I'm
to switch
trying
it this way so that your avatar, Andrea, could get her legs all in frame.
Well, I'm trying to switch that picture up because that's the one it gave me to use, but I didn't want to use it.
Well, I was going to take a dive at her and say, that is so Valentine's Day. God,
Pass But yeah, Gigi, Art had a suggestion for you.
Did he?
He says, that's why my mom had a dart gun. We wake up in the yard with Cottonmouth 3 hours later.
Don't give me no ideas, Art. I don't need any help in that area.
I guess it's not going to give me an option to change it, I guess. So,
no, it's going to have to look at her pink panties. All right, then.
Well,
as long as you don't start talking about meat flaps again, I'm
Thank you.
might have to.
Everybody look around for Oilers. Where are you at, Oilers?
Everybody needs little meat flaps.
I have no idea what this shit is going around the last few weeks, but man, it hit me, and it hit me hard.
Yeah, there's been a lot of flu going around and a lot of neurovirus that I've seen.
Yeah, me too. A lot of
neurovirus
and stomach issues.
Yeah, neurovirus is gastrointestinal virus, diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, that kind of stuff. And the flu is obviously can have some GI stuff, but upper respiratory.
Yeah, I don't know what this is, man, but it made me weak in the legs the first day. Man, I've just been coughing up garbage like the last 2 days.
You've probably had the flu. You probably had
Sean
the flu.
actually did that, and he actually coughed up blood like the 3rd day. Just like one huck of blood, and then it was gone. I keep asking him, is there any more? He's like, no. Are you hacking up shit? Yeah, but no blood? No. It's like, well, that's weird. But he did cough a lot.
Well, zinc, vitamin C, vitamin D.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
tea, lemon, honey.
Because I'll tell you how it started, because I remember exactly how it started. It hit me all of a sudden late at night before I was getting ready to go to bed. Both of my sinuses stopped up. Both of them immediately at once. And I kept spraying it with that Mucinex and all that, and it just wouldn't unclog. And then I went to bed, started shivering, woke up the next morning with my legs weak, and I had to soak in the tub for a few minutes.
Yeah, we're about 3 weeks out now, but I called out from work a bunch of days in a row because I was having, similar symptoms. Not the weak in the legs, but I was just basically like fevers all night and then like napping all day.
Yeah. But that was on day one, and it's pretty much went away. I'm pretty good now on my legs. So I walked 5 miles today. So.
Well, I guess the legs are working.
Oh, yeah. Hey, if there's one thing I like, it's legs. So
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, I hate that.
Somebody got a bird.
Yeah, that's me.
I didn't know you had a bird.
Well, it's outside. I'm sitting on a back den porch type thing where you can hear birds outside.
Mm-hmm. I noticed we don't have as many birds around here as I remember growing up.
Yeah, I get red robins and blue jays and hummingbirds all the time.
Granted, my grandfather, every time they would come visit, would put a bunch of bird feeders around my parents' house and fill them. So that could be part of it too. But
yeah.
I don't know. I feel like maybe it's because they've done a lot of developing around where I live. But we see a lot of deer in the neighborhoods now. We never used to. Baxter always wants to chase after them. I think he thinks that they're friends because they have the same coloring. You know, white on the chest and on the belly, and reddish brown on the top. But yeah, every time I walk him, I see deer all the time. I got yelled at by somebody one time because they saw him sniffing at some poop and they thought it was his, and I was like, no, that's deer poop. That is not his. They wanted me to pick it up. I was like, no, I'm good. But yeah, I definitely don't see as many birds. But maybe they're just not as many like.
Maybe they're spraying too much
trees.
shit in the air. How about that?
No, you can never spray too much shit in the air. Come on, Gutter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my neck says something different though. Ooh, still drives me insane. And some days are worse than others, especially if I spend a lot of time outside,
Mm-hmm.
which doesn't make my day because that's where I want to be, is outside. Well, actually, Fools made me start my store, and now I actually have a website, believe it or not. It's not
Damn.
really a web, it's called a bio link. It's like bio links. Like you can put all your links in them.
Like a link tree kind of thing. I've seen that before.
Yeah. It's kind of, here, let me show you. It's kind of cool. Where's my share?
Didn't Joey have stuff of yours on his store page or whatever he was?
Yeah, but he stopped.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know if he left it up and running. I know he was or is going through some stuff.
So
yeah, he closed the whole store. So that's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So is it safe to call it In the Gutter?
In the Gutter. Well, I still have to put my store on there, which I don't have on there yet, but I'm just kind of slowly. I did start a store through Printify, and I'm trying to get all products made up and put into there. So once I get those done, then I'll put the store on there too. So yeah, it's kind of cool though. I like the fact that everything's all at one spot where, whatever it is that if somebody says, well, I want your Twitter link. Well, I can just say, I can give them this and it gives them all of it. Well, I also wanted your YouTube link. Well, here, you can just have all this. There you go.
And the most important one's the Cash App and the PayPal. Come on.
Well, that's what Fools is like, you got that up top. I'm like, well, actually, it was the first thing it showed me was the Cash App. And so I was like, oh, I got a Cash App. I'll put that in there. And then it was like, oh, and you can put a YouTube link and you can something, I just kind of followed the leader of what it said to do. And that's where it took me. So
Scruffy wants something to say.
Man, you have some kids outside.
Oh my God, that's all I've heard is my grand dog
Now,
barking.
somebody, Arby, maybe you can tell me this. Somebody told me last night that Mucinex has steroids in it.
No.
I was just going to say because I've been using Mucinex nasal spray.
Mm-hmm.
And the Mucinex tablets from Walmart. And that stuff is working wonders on this, whatever it is.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Mucinex has a decongestant, but doesn't have steroids. I mean, there's like Flonase, or whatever. That's a nasal spray. It's a
I believe Mucinex DM is the better one to get versus Mucinex, I think.
Well, I couldn't find it, so what I grabbed instead was Vicks Sonax.
Mucinex is guaifenesin. DM is dextromorphan, the cough suppressant.
Yeah. God, that stuff works
I don't know,
wonders.
but anything that says car bomber, homopolymer, that just in itself makes me say, I really just don't want to take that. That's what's in Mucinex DM. Car bomber, homopolymer. No, it's either gonna kill me or turn me into a homo. Neither of which I'm going for.
I don't know what that is, but it's an inactive ingredient, so probably it's just building up and coming out the other end. It's, are those the soft gel tablets that you're looking at? It's probably whatever is.
The Mucinex tablets I'm using is.
No, I'm saying what Gutter is looking at that I'm showing on stream here.
They're tablets.
So they're whatever the tablet is made of, probably.
These are.
Inactive ingredients.
Yeah, that's what Gutter's got pulled up. Mucinex Sinus Max Pressure Pain and Cough. Maximum strength. It's got a acetaminophen.
Tylenol, yeah.
Yeah. Dextromethorphan.
I love to hear people say.
I can't say half of that crap.
I love to hear people say med drugs. It's a crack.
I can't say any of this stuff.
Say the one that starts with G.
Guaifenesin. Phenyl.
Okay, now say Quavacin.
Guaifenesin and phenylephrine.
I can't say any of that, man. I'm Southern. I ain't got the.
I mean,
I ain't got my P's and Q's pronounced correctly. You know what I mean?
Dextro.
Methorphan.
Yeah. You did say that 3 times.
Yeah, P digits. That's about. You see, I was using Afrin for the longest, and it worked. But
okay, the problem with Afrin is that when you stop using it, if you use it for like more than 3 days, then you get congested because you stopped using it.
That's I can vouch for that because it's happened to me. Yeah,
call it rebound sinusitis or rhinitis or whatever.
Yeah, I tell you, as many sinus headaches as I have, I probably need to have my sinuses checked.
Or you can do a neti pot and clean them out yourself.
Neti pot, yeah, I've heard of that.
If you're going to do the neti pot, though, make sure to use distilled water or whatever, or boil water. Don't be like that lady in Gutter's neck of the woods where she gave herself a fungal infection in her face that they could not treat.
Well, what do you think? I mean, you're putting water in plastic. I don't give a shit how disinfected the water if you're putting it in plastic, which what does plastic do? It absorbs shit. There's no way I would use a neti pot. I tell my daughter all the time, quit using that shit.
But yeah, she gave herself a drug-resistant fungal infection in her face.
Probably ate her brain out.
Exactly.
That ain't good.
She didn't end up okay.
She didn't end up okay.
No, she did not.
No. Yeah.
That's why if I use anything, and I mean anything, I try to use it as minimal as I can.
So my grandson the other day, he's laying on the couch on his poof pillow at his house, and he's got this. He has a sippy cup that has a silicone straw, and he chews on them. And he's sitting there drinking his water, watching cartoons, and his dad's sitting in the recliner, and all of a sudden Lucas sneezes, and he says, "Ow, Daddy, ow." And so thank God Sean realized that he'd just sneezed and then said, ow. Sean's like, come here. So he looks up in his nose and he can see something up in there, but he can't hold him still and get it out. So he calls Megan, who's over messing with the horses, and has her come home. and they hold him down, and he gets it out with a Q-tip, and it is a piece of that silicone straw that when he was drinking, he chewed on it, it got in his mouth, and he sneezed at the same time, and it went straight up into his nostril.
Oh my God.
So,
I don't
needless
know
to
if I'm
say,
grossed.
those all got thrown away. Sean
I
went
don't know
through
if
all
I'm
of them.
grossed out or if I'm impressed by that.
Be careful with your earbuds, especially the ones that like have the plastic bit, the rubber bit in your ear.
Yep.
I've pulled a lot of those out of people's ears over the years.
Oh yeah. I watch ear cleaning videos all the time, and man, you would not believe when they say there's, we pulled something out of we pulled an object out of an ear. 9 times out of 10, it's the earbud piece, or it's the hearing aid, the piece of the hearing aid.
Yeah, RT, if I drink water, it's the spring water. I like a good spring water.
I'm not so concerned about drinking tap water with respect to bacteria, but because your stomach kills stuff, but the high pH. But yeah, shoving it up your nose, not a good idea.
I've heard of people shoving cereal and Legos and
beans and
I'm a
marbles.
diecast fan, so I've seen a lot of X-ray pictures on the internet of people shoving diecast stuff in their, which I'm like, what the fuck?
If you like diecast Outlaw, you should talk to Crown Target. I don't know if he's still here, but he's got some cool like diecast videos and stuff of people modifying them.
I used to do that all the time. Now, y'all are gonna hate me, but even in the cabinet business, when I sprayed lacquer and sprayed, with open aerosol paints and stuff, sometimes I didn't mask up.
I mean, you're the one that's gonna pay for it if you do. So,
usually I did. I started getting in the habit, but there were times when I didn't.
But yeah, I read a story about somebody who had like stuck a Lego head up their nose when they were a kid, and then in their like 20s or 30s got it out and forgot it was even up there.
When Kayla was little, she was about 3. We had a swimming pool in the apartment house we lived in, and her and Marvin had just come up from playing in the swimming pool, and they were eating dinner. Well, let me go back. About for 3-4 days, maybe even a week, she smelt sour. And I'd give her a bath, and she'd get done with her bath, and then she'd go over and run and jump on the couch and sit beside Marvin, and he'd be like, she still smells. There's something not right. She smells sour. Like, I don't know how to put it. So I called my sister and said, hey, do you remember when, this was my nephew, I said, Jim Bob smelt sour that time? She goes, yeah. I go, what was that? She said, he put a penny up his nose.
Ooh.
I said, oh. She goes, yeah. She goes, so after you guys get done eating dinner, because I was cooking dinner at that moment, she said, after you guys get done eating dinner, take her in and see if you can see what's up in there. Take a flashlight and look. See if you can get up in there and get it out. While we were sitting there eating dinner, she sneezed about 13 times. Not about, it was 13 times she sneezed. And on the 13th time she sneezed, okay, if anybody's eating right now, stop eating. Because let me just tell you what, don't be drinking anything.
Yeah.
The greenest, nastiest piece of tissue came out of her nose. This smell was like something died. It was so disgusting. What happened was Marvin would get bloody noses and he would stick tissue up his nose. Well, one day Kayla got a bloody nose. So she just went ahead and took it upon herself to stuff tissue up there. And never bothered to take it out. Of course, she was little. She had no idea. She just thought that's what she didn't realize he had to take it out. Yeah. Never. I'm telling you what, man, we had a long discussion about sticking things in any orifice that we have and how
Yeah,
whatever you can't get put in, you got to take out.
I've told the story about how I worked in the part of the ER that saw a lot of GYN complaints, and so they would call it Busch Gardens. But yeah, I pulled some things out of people.
Oh God,
stinks. Really stinks.
Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah,
I don't know
nephew
how you
actually-
forget you put a tampon in you.
or 2 or 3.
Well-
My friend, her mom, who had strokes before, and she was hurting really bad, and her husband took her to the doctor. He didn't know what the hell was wrong with her, and yeah, she had 3 tampons there.
I mean, if you got memory issues, that's a different story. But if you're a healthy, like, let's say 26-year-old, I don't know how you forget something up there.
I don't either. Well, and then go ahead and pile drive another one on top of it. What the hell?
What? How do you forget you did that? Like, what?
I don't know.
I'm going to tell you, the human body is interesting because,
Hey, Monda.
and I hate to say this, but I had an aunt that passed away. They found her in her home, probably about 2 or 3 days later. It was pretty heartbreaking. It's kind of hard to talk about it, but yeah, I don't understand how you forget your own mother like that. She was up in her chair, and apparently when you die, the human body inflates.
And not
'Cause there's
after. It
gas.
doesn't take very long either.
And apparently she had inflated, and then something, whatever happened, decompressed, and the house already had that smell in it. Yeah, they found the dog chewing. Well, yeah. We'll just stop right there because it's
I'll
very
change-
hard to talk about.
So when they embalm people, like the mortuaries and whatnot,
Yeah,
they put a butt plug in you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yep, they do.
Got to keep all
Now,
the goodies inside.
Yep.
Now, I understand that when they embalm a body, they drain the blood out, put embalming fluid in, but why do they do that really?
So you don't rot so fast.
So that you can have a open casket.
They
we
also
don't do that.
stuff your ears and your nose. They'll put like stuffing up in there.
I mean, we're we're not just a like set of human cells. We're full of bacteria and all kinds of other stuff. And so as soon as you die, that stuff doesn't die. It starts decomposing your body.
Damn.
So you get smells and liquids and ick.
I wanted to be a mortician, and Marvin wouldn't let me. He told me he would divorce me if I became a mortician.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, he's like, there's no way I'm letting you touch me after you play with dead bodies all day. I'm not doing it.
But yeah, they don't embalm bodies in Jewish tradition.
Oh.
We don't do open caskets. We don't do any of that. We just bury the person as soon as possible.
Let her rot.
Well,
Yeah,
the
I
idea
can understand that. Yeah.
Well, the idea generally is essentially that the soul has left the body, and so the body is a vessel to be put back in the earth to decompose.
Yeah. Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, it like when my mother passed last year, I hated the fact that it was kind of drawn out for about 3 or 4 days. I was like, can we just kind of bury her and move on? So, there was a 3 or 4 day period where it was kind of hard,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or you don't want to do that. You don't want to leave stuff in your teeth, because that's why toothpicks are really bad, because that shit starts rotting in there. It don't take long to get into the bone of your mouth.
Yeah, look, it's the same thing with like ear stuff. Ear infections that don't get treated can get real bad real quick.
Yeah.
And it's also why you don't clean you're not supposed to clean your ears with Q-tips, because a lot of people just shove wax back in their ear.
Okay. I'll go ahead.
I can tell you that I don't, because I have actually one of those ear cleaners with a camera, and I've got lickety split clean ears. Last night, matter of fact, I have to tell you a story that we just took that camera, and Lucas said that, ow, his ear hurt. Well, I don't know what the deal was, but I looked in his ears and they were fine, but he didn't want to let me at first. So I said, here, let's go do Papa's. And I'd actually been wanting to clean one of Marvin's ears because he had stuff in it, but he wouldn't let me get at it. So I used the excuse that he had to be good because Lucas needed to see me clean his ears. So he had to be good and let me clean his so that I could clean Lucas's. So we made Marvin lay down, and I'm telling you what, you should have heard Lou. He kept going. Because in that camera, you can see really good. And a little tiny piece of wax looked like a huge bug, man, with legs everywhere.
Mhm.
And so I'm pulling out wax, and he's going, ooh, bug, ooh, bugs, ooh, bug, big bug. It was funnier. But anyway,
Is that like a universal thing with women? They just like that kind of stuff, pimple popping and all that?
Well, pimple popping's not my favorite thing, but I am a big ear cleaner. I love to clean ears, but
Yeah,
not
what is
in
that?
dogs or animals. Can't do it in dogs and animals. Only humans.
Yeah. So here's an old school remedy that I bet a lot of you haven't heard of, or you probably have. And my aunt talked about doing it years ago. Is if you got an ear infection, you stuck pee down your ear.
The hell?
That was an old remedy from back in the day.
And if you're Indian, you put cow pee on your doorway for good luck or something. I'm good.
They would talk about if you had an earache, they would take just a little bit of piss and stick it down their ear. They said it worked. I've never done it before. Don't plan on doing it.
I think that's how they say you get rid of plantar warts on your feet too, is pee on your feet. Is that what it is? I don't know.
Don't know. I'm not sticking pee in my ears.
Yeah, I'm good on that one. The only time Q-tips are useful with respect to cleaning out ears is if you do one of those wax softener things, so that you know whatever's in the ear just needs to be soaked up, and you're not just shoving a plug further back.
That's kind of what I use the Q-tips for, is as soon as I get out of the shower, everything's soft because it's gotten wet and it's in there. All the dry skin and everything's wet. So if you just take a Q-tip and you are winding it around, you don't want to do it hard, because the one thing you don't want to do is damage those hairs in there. That's what helps you hear. That's what is the whole thing that makes it so you can hear. So you don't want to mess with those hairs in your ears. But yeah, mineral oils are a great way to soften. If you have hard wax, take mineral oil and stick in there, and then you can go later and kind of clean them out a little bit. A lot of times it'll come right out, because
the part in your ear that's responsible for hearing is behind the eardrum. You can't damage that unless you actually burst the eardrum.
Ooh.
Well, from what these audio guys say, there's these two audio guys that they're literally audiologists, and they talk about those hairs, and if you mess with those hairs, it messes with your hearing.
Yeah, so behind the eardrum reverberates. Dizziness and things like that are controlled by a system in the inner ear that are a set of crystals and little hairs, so that when you move your head around, those little crystals move, and they trigger the little hairs, and give you a sense of where you're at in space and what position you're in.
Did not know that.
But the actual hearing, so they make bone conduction headphones. I use them at work sometimes for listening to music. I can't listen to talking on them. It gives me headaches because I have to put it too loud to be able to understand people, but music I can listen to on it. And what they do is they mimic your eardrum, and they vibrate against the bones at the side of your head, and then that translates it to your inner ear that can turn the vibrations into sound signals.
That's awesome. I didn't know
Right.
that.
The hairs detect those one hairs detect the sound.
But the hair in your outer ear, out past the eardrum that you can get at with cleaning and whatnot.
Without hurting yourself.
Yeah, but those hairs are just like to kind of stop stuff from getting deeper into your ear.
Huh.
Like
interesting.
The hairs that people cut in their ear or whatever, same thing in your nose.
Now, here's an interesting thing that I learned about eyes. Anything that you're looking at currently, they claim, according to your eyes, is upside down and reversed, isn't it?
Yeah, and your brain flips it.
So
Yeah.
inner hair cells in the coccyl
Mm-hmm.
convert sound vibrations into electrical signals that are sent to your brain. Outer hair cells amplify sounds and help you tell the difference between different pitches.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just
it's
trying to
pretty
figure out all
fascinating.
the reason I say that is because one of the things that the audiologist points out is when he sees somebody with damaged hair in their ears, they seem to have more hearing problems than the ones that have healthy hair in their ears. And I mean healthy hair down right in front of your eardrum, not the stuff that's growing on the outside of your ears, which is there specifically to help prevent you from hearing. Usually if you grow a lot of hair on your ears, believe it or not, that is due to loud noises that you hear every day. My father-in-law had extremely hairy ears, and every doctor has said that it was due to that he talked with had said that it was due to him being a tree faller and
Mm-hmm.
that
Yeah.
whole doing chainsaws and that type shit.
I want to say Pops had that because we work in a cabinet industry, and those loud machines
Yep.
all day, every day. So yeah, I think he's got hairy ears too.
And it's the outside. Those ones are to protect your ears from the loud noises as well as dirt and whatever.
Leah, I had a math teacher years ago that had that. She had
Yeah.
real bad vertigo,
So
and she had it so bad that she would have to touch walls when she walked
Mhm.
to keep her balance.
what it's called is Epley maneuvers. That's what I just pulled up as a video about it.
Normally, only with head movement does fluid within the inner ear also move, informing the brain that a head turn occurred.
Okay.
However, should a crystal called an otolith get
So yeah, these crystals sit next to like little hairs, but they can move.
displaced into the posterior canal of the inner ear, BPPV dizziness occurs.
Poppy
Fluid
down.
movement occurs due to the crystal rather than head turns, causing the brain to think.
Yeah, you basically in your inner ear you have like an X-axis, a Y-axis, and a Z-axis like canal.
That is
movement has
crazy. I
occurred
didn't
even
know
though none
that.
has happened.
Mm-hmm.
The Epley maneuver is performed to treat this posterior canal BPPV by trying to get the loose crystal out of the canal. This maneuver is started by turning the head 45 degrees and the body laid back such that the head is extended about 20 to 30 degrees. If BPPV is present, eye twitching called nystagmus will occur. After 30 to 60 seconds, the head is turned at 90 degrees to the opposite side and held
And you're
for
basically
another 30
trying
to
to
60
get the crystal to flow
The head
around
is then
the positions, or to try and get the crystals to flow through the system.
rotated another 90 degrees, accomplished by having the patient turn onto their side, which is then held for another 30 to 60 seconds. At this point, the head should be turned 45 degrees from the horizontal.
And then you do a body slam from the top rope.
When performing this maneuver, another individual can help with these position changes. The maneuver is then completed by having the patient sit up. So what's going on with these position changes? Essentially, the head is moved in such a way to manipulate the crystal to fall towards the canal opening. With each position change, it takes about 30 to 60 seconds for the crystal to settle into the most dependent position in the canal. If turns are made before the crystal has a chance to settle, the crystal may fall back the wrong way and the maneuver will fail. It's also important that the head positions are angled correctly, or else the...
Yeah, of course. Thank you for joining us, P. Digits. I got to probably do the same at some point sooner rather than later. Start, moving on with the day.
That is awesome. So that's why when I get up in the morning, every so often my eyes are kind of jittery.
Could be. But yeah, no, this is why, like, when I've had students with me, I've preached to them that it's important to understand physical exams and some of this basic stuff that you do in like urgent care and emergency medicine. Obviously, like for other things, oncology and stuff, you need labs, but for orthopedics, for a lot of this type of stuff, you can just do physical exams and figure it out.
Not settled to the correct position in the canal, and the maneuver will fail. Also, if the position changes are done too slowly, the crystal may not settle quickly enough from lack of momentum, and the maneuver will also fail. Once the crystal falls out of the canal, the dizziness should resolve if due to posterior canal BPPV.
But yeah,
I like how he explained it.
There's a lot of interesting medical stuff you can find on YouTube.
Well, what's really good
because it's for education. If you're interested in like surgeries and stuff, you can find all kinds of surgeries.
What's great is it showed you how to fix it without going, okay, you need to go do this and have surgery and suck this out of your ear and do that. No, really, there's just a technique. You just got to know how to do it.
Yep. And then what's sad is a lot of these techniques are being lost. Not lost, but like not being taught like they used to in medical education, because everything is about relying on the electronic medical record system and labs and imaging and all kinds of stuff. I mean, something I get frustrated by is that people I work with send excessive amounts of imaging that's unnecessary. They had some dude that came into our office that was like 550 pounds after a car accident, and I could have cleared him clinically. I would have felt comfortable with it, but the person that saw him didn't. So they sent him for CT scans and X-rays and all kinds of stuff, which already is like, difficult with the size he is, and everything came back negative. And I could have told him that from the get-go. He didn't need to waste so much time, and that's where a lot of the financial waste in medicine comes in, is that the testing is completely unnecessary and mostly being done to reassure or to, convince that there's nothing there, or to CYA medicine.
Yeah, they depend on it way too much.
But there's a lot of clinical decision-making tools that I've never had any problems with that supposedly are in the like 95 to 98% accurate.
Hell yeah.
It was funny. One time, my grandmother, she had so many shoulder dislocations that she and my grandfather knew how to put them back in. And we were playing tennis, and she served and popped her shoulder out. And he just ran over to the other side of the court, helped her pop her shoulder back in. And, she was done playing for the day after that. But no ER, no nothing. Just get it back and be done with it.
Matthew, he wasn't sure if he broke it when him and his buddy fell. Well, when his buddy threw him down the stairs. He wasn't sure if he broke his shoulder or if it was a dislocated. Well, come find out, it was both.
I mean, look, if it's the first time something like that happens and it's a trauma, that's different than I have this known issue. I mean, there was one time I was working in ER and we couldn't get somebody's shoulder back in, and the kid's dad is like, "Don't worry about it. I got it. I know what I'm doing," and just hops up on the bed as the kid get in the right position and pops his shoulder right back in. He's like, "Yeah, we have to do this on a regular basis."
Oh my God.
You know what I notice a lot though is nowadays you'll go in for an X-ray or a CAT scan or an MRI or whatever, one of those things where they're going to do their looky-loo, and they'll say, no, it looks fine, or we couldn't quite see it, and the problem still persists or whatever. And so then you go back and they do a different kind. They go, oh, well, it was hid. Well, with Matthew specifically, they did one x-ray and said, oh, nope, it's good. You just dislocated your shoulder. And so he was like, oh, thank God. And then they turned around and they must have got a second opinion.
Mhm.
And the other doctor said, let's do another x-ray. They did another x-ray and said, nope, it's right here. And he showed him where the break was. And he said, it's because you guys weren't set in the right way. Well, I'm thinking to myself, are you serious? I hear this all the time about people going and having an x-ray. Oh, well, it was in the wrong spot. And well, I thought y'all were professionals. Like, don't you think about that shit? Like, okay, this is what happened. So maybe we better do 2 shots, one from each side, or one, whatever the
Well,
case may be.
This is something I was perturbed by at one point. Is I was always taught, and also maybe this is just because I worked in emergency medicine when I first started, but for looking for fractures, you need to get 3 views of a joint or a bone. You can't just get a 1-view x-ray. And I see all these people all the time in like some of the other places I've worked in urgent cares and stuff. They just get a 1-view x-ray and call it a day. And or they'll be like, well, I think you need to go to the ER and you might need to get a CT scan or whatever. I mean, there are definitely times where we have questions on x-ray, and so we get a CT scan to be more, accurate, but you don't want to do radiation if you don't have to.
Yeah.
Again, usually if you get something on 3 views, you're good. But if you're not 100% sure, you can often, just go ahead and, like Art is getting at here, where Art says 30 years ago, doc would tell me I either have condition A or condition B and treat me for one or the other based on experience. If that didn't work, then there might be some testing. There are times where we will put somebody in a, like a splint or whatever, and then re-x-ray it a few days later because we want to treat it as if something's broken, because there's a possibility even if we don't, see anything on the initial x-ray. So that's a component that people don't, always follow through with properly also.
Well, then say specifically Marvin, he had a hernia surgery a while back and it never did heal right. And it was almost like the get-go. She was telling him, like, she told him first, like when he had his hernia surgery before, I mean, yeah, it took him a little bit of time to recover, but it wasn't that long. Now she's like, oh no, well, it could take as much as 16 months to heal or some shit like that. Well, now he's having problems with that same side, same hernia, same spot, same thing. She's telling him, first she told him no, that she didn't think it was that spot. Now she told him that she did believe it was a spot, but it's just swelling and there's nothing really wrong with it, that you're fine. Well, yes, there is. It hurts. Marvin doesn't complain about shit. So if he tells you something hurts, something hurts. And when you look at it and you can see that it's swollen, something's wrong. Don't just tell us that it's so. He's going in actually to talk to her here in a couple days, I think, and I guess we'll find out what she's gonna say. I'm almost worried she's gonna say it's all in your head. And I told him, if she says that, you're going to get in a second opinion, and you ain't getting it in that office, because they all chit chat with each other, and we've already had discussions with them before. So,
They put a mesh in?
I believe so.
Yeah, I've definitely seen people have chronic pain from the meshes and like weird healing. But the thing to keep in mind though is if you are going for second and third and whatever opinions, eventually we'll find a surgeon who will tell you, well, I'll cut and I'll just take the mesh out and put a new one in, and that might solve it. It's hard to say.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But like you do definitely find some people, like I had a patient who we couldn't find a hernia. He kept saying that he was convinced he thought he had one. We did ultrasounds, we did CT scans, we examined him. Nobody could find a damn thing. And then he shopped around and found the surgeon who was like, "Oh, you think you're having pain? You had a hernia repair here before? Well, sounds like a plan. We'll go cut and take out the mesh and put a new one in."
Mm-hmm.
and didn't solve his problem, because his problem was not the hernia, but but yeah, like asking for it essentially in their mind. But those are situations where I feel like re-imaging and whatnot and seeing what's going on can be a useful tool.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. One thing that really drives me nuts is the whole medical tourism thing, where people will travel to, certain parts of the country or outside the country to get procedures done.
Yeah, well, let me tell you what, that don't work. Don't do it.
Oh, I'm not suggesting it.
Personal fucking experience.
I mean, I get if you're going to see like some expert and you have, and they're the best, but still the issue arises, like people go to Miami or they go to the, other countries to get their like Brazilian butt lift or their nose job, and because they do lots of them in that country or whatnot. And the problem always exists that the second you get on a plane and fly home, you have nobody to take care of you, because no surgeon is going to want to deal with somebody else's mess ups. And so you basically end up getting care by going to the ER when things get bad enough.
Yeah.
And these BBL clinics and whatnot, you come, you spa for a few days, and then they do your surgery, you heal for 3 days or long enough that they can put you on an airplane, they ship you home, and then you have no real follow-up.
The implants they did on my mouth, in Mexico,
mm-hmm.
The ones on the implant on the bottom, both of them he did after the medication wore off, so I felt every bit of it, and he just kept telling me, it's okay, we're almost done, mind you. If I make a noise while you're working on my mouth, that means I'm in excruciating pain. Fucking stop, because I'm about ready to punch you. Well, he didn't. He continued to fucking drill into my jaw.
Ooh.
In 2 different spots to put these implants that later both failed. And here's the deal. Once you do that, you might not be able to go back and fix it, because now he's drilled in there and he's fucked with the bone. It may be very hard to mess with shit. If you're lucky, like I am, and they can fix it, you still have to go back in and have them do it again. And there's no recourse for you because you were in Mexico and you can't hold anybody accountable.
Forget even that, but there have been a bunch of stories from Western places where, some kid that's been on puberty blockers doesn't have enough tissue to be able to make them the parts they want. So they use the colon, and then they get an E. coli infection, and then they, got a 17-year-old that died because they needed a neovagina that badly that they gave him part of their asshole.
Oh my God. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, we live in bizarre times, that's for sure.
That's just nuts. They should never do that on any kid ever for any reason. I don't give a shit what the kid says.
Well, I mean, that like the whole I Am Jazz TV show, that kid was supposed to get operations at like 15 or whatever, but balked, and so it happened. They got their neovagina made when they were, like 18 or something, but they were going to do it at 15 years old.
That should be abuse, literally. Parents should have their kids taken from them for that.
I agree. I mean, there was that clip that was going viral of the mom talking about on their TLC show about how she, would have to like basically abuse her kid into letting them do the dilation that you're required to do, because she was so depressed and wouldn't do it herself.
Mm-hmm.
And the mom's talking about it, and she's like, well, I spent so much money on this, so we're not letting that change and close up or whatever.
Yeah.
RB, isn't there something about alteration of internal healing affected by the environmental pressure, like flying relatively soon when the procedure was invasive? Yeah, I think that's part of why you see a lot of infections and stuff. But I'm not a big fan of medical tourism. You're putting yourself, really, the issue with flying isn't so much the pressures, it's the after surgery sitting for long periods of time not moving puts you at risk for blood clots, and so they load them up with blood thinners. Is medical care too expensive in the US, says Art? Yes, but there are also licensing requirements, so it's not great, but it's better than low cost with no standards. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this before, but there's very obvious statistics, and I posted them, about how many people have died waiting for healthcare in these wonderful, amazing social healthcare systems in the UK and in Canada.
Well, you can't let the insurances dictate your health care. That's where everything went to shit, is when we started deciding that the insurance could say, yes, this is covered. No, that is not covered. And so what do? You go, oh, okay, well, I won't do, my insurance don't cover that. I guess I'll go ahead and wait on that.
I don't disagree, but it's also not the, on the same token, the answer, oh, well, my doctor said X, Y, or Z isn't a great answer either, because again, like I say, there are some good doctors out there, but a lot of doctors are, literally just technicians. They're no different than the person making the McDonald's cheeseburger and being like, okay, Big Mac, all right, I put 2 patties on, and then I put, the special sauce, and then I put a slice of cheese, and whatever else. That's so many doctors are not thinking and not analyzing. They're just following a protocol.
I know, but isn't there something that they basically say at the beginning of their whole career that,
Are you talking about the Hippocratic Oath?
Sure, yeah.
The hypocritical oath, you mean?
Yeah, that one.
I mean, none of that stuff means anything or matters. And it's not even about it mattering to them.
If we actually did a few beatings in the streets, that shit would change.
Well, no, because the point I'm getting at is that people are not equipped, like the way that medicine is done and taught. I mean, maybe I need to talk about at some point, medical education, but people are not taught, like they're taught these are the disease, this is a disease, this is a disease, this is a disease, this is what you put the person on to treat the disease, without ever realizing that so much of this stuff is just, studies that were paid for by drug companies, and they're not necessarily based in actual, quote unquote, medical science or whatever.
That's why I do not run to Google when I have a symptom of something. That'll fuck you up mentally, number one. So I stay away from Google and YouTube if I can help it, from self-diagnosing.
There you go. Yeah, no, Art said it perfectly. Assembly line medicine. But there aren't a lot of doctors out there that will actually spend the time to listen to their patients and think about what their patients' needs are. The heck of a lot of it is just the assembly line. Why is that?
Because they're not held accountable for their actions.
It's not about accountability in my mind. I think that's a minimal portion. I think it's a lot more to do with training and how the medical system works. I don't think people as a whole.
You don't think it comes down to ethics? I mean, like when you wanted to get into this line of work, the one thing I'm sure that you were thinking was, I want to help people.
Well, no, but I think that most people go into medicine because they want to help people. I think that medicine is not, here you go, what Art said, medicine is not being taught as an art, it's being taught as a science. And so what they're teaching people is, you see this symptom, you see this symptom, you see this symptom, that's the answer. You go do these tests and you put them on this drug. And the problem is nobody is, I don't know if you were here before, but I was talking about how nobody in medicine really does a good job of being holistic anymore and really looking at your lifestyle and you as a person. And instead, they're just following a protocol that's been laid out by a clinical care guideline that is often subsidized and paid for, both its research and its publication, by a health insurance company or by a pharmaceutical manufacturer. So I don't think that medical schools, that PA schools, that nursing programs, I don't think any of these education programs are doing a good job of teaching people how to be critical thinkers and how to think, balance the science with the, people, and the science with the medicine, with the art. Instead, they're just teaching them how to, recognize a set of symptoms, confirm a diagnosis with some, labs, and then putting them on a drug. I mean, the vast majority of people with heart disease and with, all these other things, they would be so much more benefited by exercise and weight loss and dietary changes, even if they still needed to be on a medication. But the answer now is just, okay, well, here's a pamphlet that was published by Merck or whatever, that talks about how to eat healthy and lose weight. And here's a, drug. I'll see you back in 3 months. And if your, numbers haven't come down, we'll put you on a second drug. And I don't think it's people aren't even thinking about it on a care, harm, do no harm, any of that. I mean, I didn't take the hypocritical oath. I know I'm calling it a hypocritical oath. I'm saying that intentionally, but people aren't thinking about care and harm and whatnot. They're just thinking about following said guideline. And I think they do really believe that they're helping people a lot of the time, but they're, significantly constrained by what they are capable of actually doing in the system. And I don't think, everybody that's, young and brand new in medicine is educated well enough to actually be able to address real issues. I agree with what Art said here about when you go into a job and realize you're allowed to do is not what you went into the job for. I realized very clearly early on that I was not well trained when I came out of school, and I needed to put in the effort and time to be trained. Art talks about how one of his doctors used to put him at the end of the day so he could have more time to help him. That's what an actual medical professional should be doing. But again, what you see is these clinics that are bought up by big corporations that are partially owned by health insurance companies, where you're being told, this is what you can do or not do. And you got 12 to 15 minutes to see a patient. And, that's the only option people are being given.
Well, it's like police officers. At one time, they went out of their way to help citizens to keep them from going to jail on a lot of stuff. I remember my brothers telling me back in the 90s, 80s and 90s that the cops, even if you were underage drinking, they would make you pour it out and they would take you home. They wouldn't even take you to jail. Now, if you tried to fight them or cause a ruckus, they'd make you sit in jail overnight, and but
it didn't ruin your entire life because of it. Yeah. Even then, it didn't ruin your entire life. You were taught a lesson, and then you were able to go on with your life and go, "Ooh, I ain't doing that shit again." Now,
because we don't have communities anymore. We just are isolated individuals who are, just trying to survive through the day or whatever. And, like I was talking about with the Yuri Bezmenov stuff, we've been socialized in a way where we shouldn't look out for each other. We just kind of do our little bit and then get home and take care of ourselves.
I've actually got that video on my channel of Yuri Bezmenov back in the 80s.
Yep. I mean, look, like that, and that plays into what Crown Target said here about how there was some stuff going around about DEI training, and I don't recall the specifics, but I know what he's referring to, where people were talking about how you should treat people differently based on their DEI stuff in medical education. I mean, we've been so far down a pathway of demoralization in our society that there's very little community that exists. Look, one of the things, I was listening to this piece over the weekend talking about what it means to be an empire versus what it means to be a nation, and how America is an empire of small nations within it, of different groups of people in different societies. Like you were talking, Outlaw, about being in the South versus being, in the North, versus being where Gutter is in the Pacific Northwest and, whatnot. Like we're an American, in North America, in the United States, we're very much a American empire. We're not a homogenous culture, but so much of what has tried to happen in the last 30 years, at least in my lifetime, what I can see is we've been tried to turn us into a homogenized culture.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what the whole name of it means. I mean, you're united. All 50 states are to be united in what? A common goal of enriching lives, liberty, pursuit of happiness, controlling your government. That's the big thing. You're supposed to have a handle on your government. We, the people, are supposed to be in control of our government, not the other way around. That's how it was set up, and that's how it's supposed to be, but that's not what happened. And getting back to the police issue, at some point, it turned into a business. They wanted to lock you up for the least little bit of things because it was money. It's always, folks, it's always been about money. Trace it. The love of it. Follow the money.
Yep. I definitely think that part of it is parents and individuals being involved in their, communities and whatnot.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is all depressing stuff.
It is. It really is. That's why you see such a big attack on the modern nuclear family, because what is the old saying? What is it? A threefold cord is not so easily broken, intertwined. When you have a modern nuclear family that's been built, it's hard to break them. When you have a father, when you have a mother, and you have child or children, and they grow up, and you educate them the way they're supposed to be, government can't really do much about that. So what did they have to do? They had to break up the family home, come through feminism, all that bullshit. That's another topic for another day.
Yeah. No. Oh, I mean, we don't have to get into that, but we could talk about it here. If, your channel's not a place you want to talk about it, but I don't know if you'd seen. I sent you on Discord an article that goes through all of the actual data on that, marriage and whatnot.
Yeah.
I know you like to do the cultural stuff, but if you ever need the numbers,
yeah, actually, it's going to help. Yeah, appreciate that.
But yeah, no, Art, I agree. We definitely don't have any sort of culture anymore, and I think this exists across not just the United States, but in a lot of countries. That this idea of globalism being pushed so hard. The idea of globalism being pushed so hard is that ultimately the best way to do it is to create a culture that is ubiquitous across nations and across parts of the world. I mean, this is why I totally understand the hate on Hollywood and things like that, because they were a big part of that. They were a major part of our, reworking our society.
The sad thing about it, Art, a lot of people are not going to realize it till it's gone, what they actually have good here, until it's actually taken away from them, which I'm afraid is what's going to happen and what's going to happen for a lot of people. I still say you're not going to see people riot and revolt until the food starts getting shorter and shorter.
Well, if we learned anything from history,
all hell will break loose.
Yeah,
it's bread and circuses.
Where your rioting's going to happen.
I mean, since even back in ancient times, it was all bread and circuses. If you keep people entertained and you keep them fed, you can get away with whatever you want. Oh yeah, no, I love that point, Art. That's something I've gone off on and people have given me a hard time about. I hate the Dash American thing. Like, it's like language matters, and when you refer to only certain people as just American, you very obviously are creating a differentiation in your own mind as to who is and who isn't like a quote unquote true American. You know, when everybody has their own subgroup that makes them some kind of, Dash American, then they're not, then they're not actually an American. They're just their own identity group. I mean, I was talking to somebody who was...
You're gonna offend the Native Americans.
Well, I offend people. I was talking to somebody who was saying how, they didn't want to report someone because they shared a race with them. And I'm like, they're trying to look for someone to rob in your neighborhood. Like, they're not your sibling. They're not your family member just because they're your same racial background.
What if they were robbing your house? Then it wouldn't, you probably wouldn't hold back so much on it then.
Yep. Like I was saying before, if you check out Carolyn Baroshenko's channel, she talks a lot about all this stuff, but the undermining of American culture to, create a socialist utopia that'll never happen. I mean, the utopia part, they might be able to bring, socialism around, but
yeah,
the utopia part.
It has always, look, you have to understand the human condition to understand where it ends. It's always going to be greed. There's never going to be a utopia where all people are equal. That'll never happen. You never see it practiced in nature anywhere. It will not work. There will always be somebody that wants more than the other person. That's why I tell these feminists, what I tell these LGBT people, what I tell these BLM, all of them. Do you honestly think you matter as much as you think you do? Do you think when it's all said and done, you're not going to be in the train cars next to other people going to the enslavement camps?
Or if there's some, war that needs to be fought, that you're not going to be thrown in trenches like, every other useless person that just cannon fodder.
Yeah, let me tell y'all something. Look, the government has no personal, emotional invested interest in any of us. Nobody. They don't care about you from the next person any more than the next person after that. They view you as the cattle that they think you are, and they experiment on you through all of this stuff that goes on that's allowed to happen with all these connections and corporations, interweb and spiderweb working with one another. That's what's happening. It's no coinky dink that all these sponsors
and we do it under the guise, mind you, we're the ones doing it. We're the ones that are complying. We do it under the guise of, being a team player, being a whatever you want to call it, of, not making waves, of being a conservative, whatever you want to call it. It's not gotten us anywhere.
It's no coinky dink that Kellogg's owns nearly half of all the grocery store products. They don't mind sponsoring Dems or Republicans.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like I saw it going around where people were like, oh, yay, look, Pepsi is getting out of DEI. And they don't even realize it's not just the soda. Pepsi owns snack companies, all kinds of stuff. I mean,
yes.
There's a lot of other things that it would be nice if they would stop doing, like putting corn syrup in everything and, putting dyes in everything. But still, I mean,
the microplastics in the soda pop, so that y'all can't have kids. That's great.
Now, you will be able to speak to this more than me, Arby. But the fact that our FDA and our drug administration people knew that this stuff was harmful to folks for so long and allowed it to be sold in products and cause health problems for people, they're complacent in it. They
encouraged it.
Yes. They made billions of dollars off of sick people, keeping them coming through the doors as customers. They're at fault.
Remember, they told us that margarine, you should eat margarine, not butter. Margarine is better for you. Remember that all that shit that they show you on those boxes of preservatives that say it's heart healthy, that shit ain't heart healthy. If it says heart healthy, don't eat it.
Yep, no, so much of that was paid for, the food pyramid that was all paid for.
Yeah.
Look,
Eat
I
all
mean,
the
I've shown
corn.
this before, but I can't find it right this minute. But I showed this when I talked about healthcare. But for since 20, I think it was from 2000 on or 2002 on or something, Bernie Sanders has gotten the most money from medical insurance and medical organizations for lobbying. Like for all of his, and that's why I'm so cynical about all these people who yell about socialism, or yell about whatever their pet peeve is. Like I was saying, Bernie Sanders going on and on about Medicare for all, and yet he's made his campaigns and whatnot have been given the most money by all of these medical groups.
Yeah.
That's why I say, I'm telling you what, I love what Trump's trying to do, but I have a feeling it's only touching the tip of stuff, which normally I'd say that's great, touching the tip. But in this, we got to go more. We got to go all the way to the shaft because this ain't doing it.
Well, then it's what I always tell people. How much truth do you actually want to tell? Because you start telling the real truth, your life is going to be taken from you. You start outing the people that are responsible for this and tracing back the money trails, they'll get you out of the way. I mean, they don't have a problem outing you and offing you.
Nobody's going to ever convince me that that guy Seth Rich was killed in a random mugging. That man was killed because he leaked on the DNC.
Sure. It's the same reason why Hillary Clinton has got ties with the mafia, the CIA. There's a reason the mafia is in part of the government.
Same reason that Obama had to get a new chef.
Do people honestly think that,
got to keep Big Mike happy?
What is the mafia known for first and foremost? Not only crime, but getting rid of people that are squealers. That's it. What is the mafia known for other than that? And they know how to do it without leaving a paper trail. You don't know who they are, but the government knows who they are.
Yeah, no, I've been watching a whole series on the history of the CIA, and they're very well connected with respect to the South American cartels and whatnot.
Sure,
we've created so many of our own. Our government has created so many of our current problems over the past the 50 years, 60 years, maybe it's more like 75.
Well, who do we think killed JFK?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what they release, but
I think
Sam
it's the
Bond
dude in the
talking
front
about
seat.
how the Epstein files are sitting on her desk.
Yeah, I tell you right now, it was the mafia. It's the mafia.
I think it was a dude in the front seat.
Who knows? Maybe.
Well, before we
go down that rabbit
thing
hole.
that's going to get us in too much trouble. Have been here for about 4.5 hours almost, and
We'll let you go.
Baxter's been a very good boy, so I think it's time for me to move on with my day, unfortunately.
Yes,
but
I got
what you gotta do, brother.
I appreciate everybody coming and hanging out. I appreciate all the conversation. Gutter's going to be streaming on Tuesday night.
Yep.
And hopefully I'll be able to make an appearance because I ain't working. And I don't know. Check out Outlaw's channel.
Yeah, I think you actually had a pretty good stream. I missed a lot of it, but I noticed every time I come in, you had really good numbers. So
yeah,
most
I'm
of the
trying.
time they came in, you had good numbers. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Her and Mouse are about to get me to start doing these, so
it's time.
I gotta get it going.
Yep. Well, and I'm gonna look at the analytics a little bit from the background and try and play and see if this time works better. I mean, if anybody has any thoughts, but I know that a lot of people had said that Saturdays are kind of their family days. So if Sunday works better for people, maybe I'll switch over to Sunday. Maybe I'll go a little later in the day as opposed to earlier if people are, we'll see. But I can kind of play with it. I just can't go too late because of, work the next morning. But
If you say that slower. Sorry, you said it.
But yeah, no, I'm working on a few more like ideas, things to talk about. We'll see what next week brings, but I might talk about the credentialism stuff next week. We'll see.
Sounds good.
All righty. Well,
We're
go
moving
ahead.
to go.
If I can get it going by sometime this week, I'll see if I can get it.
Sounds good. Well, it was nice to chat with everybody. It's nice to see y'all.
Yeah.
I hope everybody has a good end of their weekend and a good work week and a good whatever else you're doing this week. And I'll see y'all later in the week. Take
See
care.
y'all.